All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. Hello, Vix. Hello, Raina. Hope you guys are having a lovely Wednesday. My cat bursted open my door so that way the cold air can leave me and she can stare at me the whole time. So she could just be in here. Oops. All right, there you go. Happy hump day. Remember to hump today. It's true. Happy hump day, everyone. Be sure to hump your favorite things. Consensually, of course. Today we have a bit of contract work to do. I feel like my face tracking is being a bit sensitive, so I'm gonna just recalibrate it really quick. Thank you for the boot. What else do we have to do today? We have a repo collab later today, where we're going to be hanging out with some friends. Like Miu and Kazia and Zoe and a bunch of friends, and so I'm so excited. I'm excited. I just gotta upload this, and then we'll be good to go. What in the fuck? What do you mean it's longer than 10 minutes? I mean, I don't mind listening to it if you really want to listen to it, though. Romance. It's 12 minutes? I'm fine with that. It'll be fine. Give me like 10 seconds and I got you. It's a banger. That's why I'm trusted. Give me 10 seconds and we'll play that song. Did it give you back your points or no? Probably didn't. There you go. Winter contingency. Okay. Winter. There you go. It is now in the queue. Of course. I like the music you put here, so I'll give you special. I'll give you special treatment. Oh no. Oh no. Leave you up. Alrighty. Trying to think. I took my meds. I need to drink more water today because I'm a bit dehydrated, so gonna drink some advancedgg. Trying to think what else. I need to work on at least one model for today. I think is my plan. And then we'll be good. We'll be good. I gotta do this one. Copy image. Canvas is locked. No. Oh yeah, monkey, she's a twisted trickster. Everybody wants to be the twist. A Coca-Cola roller coaster. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, Vex. As long as I don't say specifically what the project is for, it'll be okay. That is a-okay. Pixels and I went back through my contract to triple check. Yeah. Yeah. So it's okay. As long as I'm not, hey guys, look at me. I'm working on X and X for XX's project that's gonna be coming out. Then we'll be fine. Alrighty. That over there. I tried to drink a bit of my advancedgg and it spilled down my chest. Okay, well. Okay. I don't have a straw, so I guess I just kind of waterboarded myself. That was unfortunate. But like, I will be lazy. I won't get a straw today. Now I have to drink it like a toddler. Why? Alright. We're good now. I know how to drink water. Alright, let's do... I think this one would be fine. This is only the first part I could play on any... The first part is the only song I can play on any instrument. Is it because it's drums? Question mark? Blossom, 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 blossom. I do percussions for it. Makes sense, makes sense. Blossom, 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 blossom. Awesome. Yeah, and I heard it like 1,000 times. That's valid. Then that's like, at that point, it's just a core memory for you. It's understandable as breathing. Okay, so this go all the way down here. I think a little bit higher. And then we smooth it. It's already pretty good. Now we gotta cut out like a slice. So how do I want to do that? I don't know how I want to do that. Maybe I want to do the other parts first. Would be like the, oops. I think I have to do this the opposite of what I was thinking, actually. But I hope you're having a great day, Vex. I saw the food that you posted and it looked really good. Thank God I was eating breakfast or else I would have been drooling. Drooling. I feel like I'm right, but I'm also like wrong. How is this? How do this? Let's see. Maybe just take a little bit and then bring it out. And then flare it maybe a bit. That's kind of how it looks, in my opinion. That's how like the front looks. And then we have an in. I've been able to buy a bunch of new a bunch of new stuff recently. Fuck yeah. Hope you're excited for all the new stuff. How is the U? Good. And to be completely honest, I haven't been sleeping the greatest. But that's what the weekends are for most times, is I just sleep in a lot on the weekends, so I'll be alright. I'll be alright. I don't think I did that great. I want this whole section to kind of come out. And then go like this. Yeah. And I want this edge to come in a bit more. Also, Vexed, thanks for being here. Thanks for being in my chat every day. Thanks for keeping me company. It means a lot. It means more than you know. And more than you'll ever know. Beep. Beep. Oh, fuck. I wonder what BZ's working on today. BZ's streaming today. And then, let's see. I want to see the back side of this. And there's a lot more ruffles. You were triggered today. It's been really nice to have something I can consistently do. Constantly do. That's valid. Yeah, it's valid. It means a lot to me. Oh, your presence is very, it's very like a comfort to me at this point. So, it means a lot. It means a lot to me. I feel like I have to exaggerate that more. Hi, Pixels. Hello. This strip. Pixels, I feel a bit funny. I feel like my nose is kind of stuffed in a weird way. And I feel Like, I taste metal, but my mouth isn't bleeding. Granted, it could have been because of the straw. I was gonna have a straw today with my thing. I was gonna use a metal straw. But then I was like, because it tasted funny. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just being funny. I don't know anymore. Yeah, I'm just a funny little dude. Let's see. Maybe these are more defined tops. I gotta go from the end of the butt though, so it actually start higher. And then come out a bit. That's what I'm thinking. I say that, but now that I'm looking at it, it looks a little weird. Uh-oh, respiratory illness and taste issue might be COVID. No, stop that. Stop that. No, I did have a bit of dizziness when I got up today, but I just figured it was just because I got up too fast. No, that's it. I'm dying. I have cancer. That's it for me. Ah, give all my editing software to yeah, give it to Oso. Give my channel to Pixels and Kiwi each respectively. Give the Minecraft server to I don't know, I feel like it could stay a community thing. Ew. There we go. Look, I'm a nerd, okay? You are, and you're one of my favorite nerds, Vexed. It's, to be fair, it's not like I'm having a loss of taste. It's more like I just kind of taste metal. Then again, I do have a metal retainer in my mouth, and it could just be that. But I don't know, it kind of feels like it's entering my nose. Need to clean your bottle for sure. But it wasn't like to be fair, the metal taste didn't come from the bottle straw. It came from the metal straw that I put my mouth on. But now my nose is kind of stuffed and I kind of just taste metal. I don't know if that's just me being ooped. Your nose is connected to your mouth. Oh, do we just think that it's because I'm ooped? Is it just because I'm ooped? Long pleats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's just the retainer. Ah, I could see that. Also, the AC last night probably fucked your sinuses. Oh, true. All this makes sense to me. Probably both. I feel a little sicky. I'm like, no, cannot be sicky. It's summertime. I think I like how this back looks. I can accentuate it. This does sound pretty sick, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. What the fuck happened here? And the lack of sleep and stress. I'm fine. I'm okay. I've slept less and stressed more in life. Emil, resume now. What the fuck is happening here? I don't like that there's like a little bulge right there. This is fine now. I'm glad you do, Vexed. And then this one. And then this one. And this one. And how high does this go? This goes almost to the punani. That's how I measure a lot of, like, clothing items. Does it reach the punani? Yes, no, maybe so. It's like if leg was in. I'd say it's about here. I'd say it's about right there. Does that really make sense? Not a whole lot. But I think that'll do. I haven't picked a movie for this weekend yet. I might not do movie weekend this weekend. I might just sleep. Reset my brain. I don't know. I'm gonna be sure to do it regularly, but I'm just so tired recently. On to one last breath. Let me say, home now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. Hello, Compact Coven. Welcome on in. It's lovely to see you here. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We are just doing some contract. This one? No. Fuck. I did this one? Nope. Mesh Boolean intersection. Okay, I think. What the heck? One last breath. Let me say, hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking, maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. I see what happened here. That's fine, actually. Windows, rendering, hypershade. Assign. So far down. I still believe it's something there for you. Ah, shit. I think I did it too high. Believe it's not for you and me. Shoot. It's looking though, so that's good. Oh, you know what? I have a new idea. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. I also want to do I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking, maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Coming now, I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking, maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. I don't like how I did that. Try it now. Yeah, I like that. A little bit lower, and then Hi, Mew. Hi, wife. How are you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, that one up. Always, forever. I'm just play with my wife. I am too. I'm so excited. We haven't played Repo in so long, and I really like Repo. I yell excited. I'm so excited. Guess what? 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 Oh, exactly in your pocket. You know. Bought a new microphone last night. Oh, sexy mermaid ASMR. When? Excuse me. Sexy mermaid ASMR. Who? Sign me up. Always, forever. Face for two faces. Nope. Nope. Right there. I just gotta clean this up. Better. Hopefully I won't sound like I'm talking through a can anymore. Never thought you were talking through a can, to be fair. But that's valid. If you need any help with it, let me know. What kind of mic did you get? I hyper. Oh! I have that one. That one. I think I have that one. Is it the one that changes colors or the one that doesn't change colors? Changes colors. Oh, we had a same microphone. Also, I don't know if you know this, but you can change it to a specific color. The one that changes rainbow colors, I didn't know it until like a few months ago that you can just make it a color. Cause like, well, rainbow's cool and all. I really just wanted to have a blue mic. Hi, Rhino. How you doing, buddy? And stay alone together, you and me, always, forever. We can stay alone together. I got it off. I got it in white off their website for $20 cheaper than Amazon, and of course in white. Yeah, no, that like matches your whole aesthetic. I got mine in black, but I wish it could be blue. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to stop doing that soon. People see. Hopefully next month I can get a new chair so I don't suffer anymore. Oh, valid. Hi, Queen! Hi! Long time no chat. I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Thank you for the check-in, Kiwi. Hello, Kiwi. How you doing? Also, I don't know if you recognize this, Kiwi. I just wanted to talk about it because we didn't really get a chance to talk about it yesterday. The Pinky video got received very well. So, Pog champ. Hello, Taylor. Welcome on in. Fancy seeing you here. Come here often. Are you winning, son? I'm doing my best. Can't say 100% sure until I have this model done, to be honest. I hope everyone is having a lovely day. Nice to see so many familiar faces. Ooh, I did not do that right. Got all my meds switched around. I got some scans coming up October. So woo! Woo! To making sure you stay healthy. Because I want everybody in chat to live a long life. A long ass life. You might be like, in 1,000 years, you might be like, Elaine, I feel like I've lived a little too long. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. You can't leave me. We're going to be friends forever. Enjoy my company. Once you know what my love's gonna feel like, things don't feel right. You can feel like trying at least. Hey, trying is better than not doing anything, in my opinion. So I'm proud of you. Magical, baby. Don't you know I love is so wrong? I want to live as long as humans do because until we're all gone, I haven't tried every food. Yeah, that's why you're gonna live a long time. That's why I've got to make sure you live a long time. Ignored? Did you hear about Philly? Sorry, my bad. I did not see that. What happened with Philly? What Philly? What? Like Philadelphia or like? Oh, my bad. I feel really bad about that. Daily. You're getting timed out. You're getting timed out. You're getting timed out. You're getting timed out. You're getting timed out for 10 seconds. Oh, 600 seconds. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. How do I undo this? How do I undo this? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, thank you. I'll never time out anyone ever again. Why is it default 600 seconds? Why is it defaulted to 600 seconds? God damn it. It's too long. That's just 5 minutes. I just clicked the bye trailer. I clicked the timeout button. I thought it would give me like an option for the amount of time, but it didn't. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I'm sorry. My bad. Oh, Christ. I did it to a mod last night and it unmodded him. That's crazy. Wait. It didn't take away any of Kiwi's things, right? Kiwi! Kiwi! First day of the class. Are you shit? Are you back in school now? Are you back into the thing? Just deletes the messages? Oh, okay. Back into the thing. I didn't know it was. Oh no, it makes sense. It's August. That makes sense. We start early here. Not to be valid. This is when Colorado would start, so I'm not terribly surprised, I guess. Goes on Kiwi's permanent record. No, I'm sorry, Kiwi. Kiwi, I'm sorry. It was supposed to be haha funny meme. Kiwi's not typing in chat now. It's making me upset. Where I grew up, it always starts after Labor Day. I think I can't be wrong. I think it's after Labor Day on the West Coast. I'm only sad I couldn't. It's okay. Vex clearly got it. Don't you worry about it. This topology is gonna fuck with my brain, but it doesn't really matter because it looks fine. Yeah, it's looking like the reference. Do it, lady. Oh shit. I gotta do this though. Nope, I was incorrect. Why am I get fired? Nah, you won't get fired. So, to be completely transparent, you are here devouring because I need a mod at all times in my chat, even if you're not actively doing stuff. So it's kind of like, you'll be fine. Mod's job, not always clip. I could just let that go unclip. It's valid, I guess. So it happens when it's raining. Where's Holly? I heard mod. Wow, look at all the green swords! Hi, green swords! Well, we're only missing one of them, but one of them's at work. Emotional support mod. I am here a lot more than I make it that I am aware that is true. Yeah, like, because I have 4 mods, because you all are, like, active at different times in my chat, so I always want one. So that way there is an illusion of authority in my chat. Even if my authority goes against me sometimes. It makes me look a little stupid. Thanks, guys. That's okay. I love you guys nonetheless. Illusion of authority is how I live my life. Alan. Why isn't this smoothing? This is a smooth one, right? No. I made it too big. When the right mind puts me in charge of children, madness. No. Surely someone does. Why is this not smoothing? Why smoothing? Build up, flood, affect current target world. Build up, fall off. That works. So I don't understand why the smoothing doesn't work. Okay, well then we'll... There you go. Is it because I need the... I don't understand why the smoothing isn't smoothing. Smooth! Smooth it! Okay, maybe I should have just done that in texture, maybe. I just kind of really wanted to sculpt it a little bit, but... really doesn't want to. Need help? Yeah, if you want to try and help. I had it and then it just doesn't want to do it again. Whoa, oh my god, okay. Like, if I do that, and then if I smooth it, it's like not really smoothing. I don't know how to make it more, because I'm presuming it's going off of this strength. It's still not doing the smoothing tool. Holding shifts is supposed to smooth it, right?
I know that there's a smooth tool. Yeah, maybe the shift does it.
Let's see, even on the smoothing tool, it's not really...
Maybe because it is technically smooth, not flat. Because smoothing in Maya just, smoothing in Maya just evens the distance between the faces, so all the faces are... It's not like a ZBrush. Like all the faces have like the distance between them, Maya smoothing is the thing.
I can talk like a machine. I'll make my own self-fulfilled prophecy. Oh, oh no, oh no. If I could have musicians be my parents, I would really want Lalve, Mitski, and Marina be my parents. Like, I love their music so much. Has no appeal, it has no appeal, it has no appeal, it has no appeal, it has no know exactly what I want and who I want to be. Oh, it's just being weird, being weird, Thank you for the song request. Ugh, that does not look great. Why does it look so lumpy? Don't be lumpy. Oops. I'm gonna die. Oops. Die. Oh, exactly what I want and who I want to be. Pick up when I talk and talk like a machine. I own self-fulfilled prophecy. Oh. Oh no, oh no, oh. Okay, I think that's good enough. What? Why? Why are you drugging my baby? Okay, I guess. You could take a toy. Well, you have a toy in there, right? You have the ram? Okay. Pixels is drugging my cat. No context, that's it. That's all you get. Goodbye. Has come to pass. Baby? Yeah, my cat. My cat, my baby. Pixels is giving her some silver vine. She's being a bit rowdy right now. My father's come and passed. 11 years can't come so fast. Wake me up when September ends. Here comes Halloween again, falling from the stars. Reached in my pain again, wondering who we are. Man. Memory rests, never forgets what I've lost. Wake me up when September ends. Summer has come to pass, innocence and never last. Wake me up when September ends. Fuck yeah, okay. I gotta look up a substance. Bills again. Like I never when they began. When September ends. What is it called? Crystal? Yes! I have the material I'm looking for. Here we are. My memories place. Got art today, but I don't know what I want to work on. That's a good ass question. Is there anything new you want to try? Is there anything new you'd like to try at all? Or is there any emotes you want to try to make? You want to make any assets for today's repo collab? Like you want to make hats or something? You could work on the art you were doing yesterday. Nothing wrong with doing that if you want. Wake me up when September ends. Like the was from the past. Many years have gone so fast. Wake me up. September ends. Wake me up when September ends. Wake me up when September ends. That's not helping. That's just making it more wrinkly. Maybe start rendering? Yeah. That sounds great. Definitely do that. I think that sounds like a great idea, Waf. Let me just do this with invert. Invert time. Don't answer, he's a hero. 100 at my live 1800. Mom. Why won't you flatten? Shut up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. I think this isn't doing anything. No line. 00. He's so handsome. He's our hero on 800. Just hit my line. Hit my line. Alright, there you go. Shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Don't fuck this shit up for me. Alright, that's better. And then all I gotta do is one of these guys. A bunch of these. The time. Me out of line. Even without the $sign. I'm colorblind. What is on the side of the hip? I cannot tell. is on the side of that hip, so I guess I just will exclude it for now. 8001800. Love you, Mew. See you later for Repo. See you later for Repo. Disco. God damn it, it's this song. Hurry. But haven't you people ever heard of? Hey, you goddamn dope up. As a friend. And haven't you people ever heard of? Hey, you goddamn dope up. On the back of it. Actually, the back doesn't do that, so let me just do the front. Boop. Man, what the haven't you people ever heard of? Getting your goddamn dope up. With your friend. Haven't you people ever heard of? Getting your goddamn dope up. What the haven't you people ever heard of? Haven't you people ever heard of? You can't hear us. Oh, please. It's so close. Down. Take down. Hello, world. My boss came around and gave us all keys for the new locks. New locks? New locks? Are they nice looking locks at least? You gonna put a sticker on the lock? I put a sticker on the lock. Oh, face is as ugly as sin. And a face has rotten within. And it's what the show it makes a pantry wanna grow out of my veins. I don't think I'm ready for the takedown. I'm into pieces. Oh, my headset restarted. No. They fired the cleaning crew, and I guess they gave the company a reason not to trust them. Damn, that's kind of crazy. Well, I'm glad you got new locks. Safety first is always important. Spicy. I'm gonna take you out on a stop. The Charlemagne picture wanna grow out of my veins. Think you're ready for the takedown. Just have to and take you down. Also, I got a nice dumb cooking stuff. I got some nice dumb stuff. Also, I got some nice dumb stuff cooking for TikTok this week. I'm excited. I also have stuff to show you guys too. It's all you can. Oh no. Crystal belt one. Pick you up on TikTok like what? Ain't gonna stop. take you down. Up on a brown. Down. Are you hiding? You hiding? I get. Wanna tell you what? Eternal dirt has come to life. Come out. I'll show you in a fight. These, I should orient them and then straighten the UVs. And then unfold them along here. And layout, and then mesh, transfer attributes, and transfer attributes. And we shall layout. And then this will be the crystal belt. And done. That has come to life. Silk base. Alright, let's do blossom. There we go. The editor, and then I gotta use the tool. Just all the time. Oh, orient shows. Is that oriented, really? And then just making sure that that's the case here. Okie dokie. Everything's on map 1. Duplicate, increment and save, history free center pivot. Combine, history free center pivot. Oh. This is high. And history free center pivot. Export. Blossom. Oh, when it's your time to go. And the night is cold. Let's see. I don't think I updated this on my to-do list. Because today I'm only doing one of these. And then I have a video to edit. There's going to be club clips, I think. Yeah, club clips. And then, I think that's it for things I have to do today. So I might do one more model if this doesn't take me too long then. Physiological. This one. I'm gonna be honest, I thought this one was gonna take me a bit longer, but it didn't, so. And I found a material that I wanted to do this. Do something I was a little concerned about, so pretty happy. What was the other one that I want to do then? Do another. I could try to do this one. Because the other one I feel like it needs more texture, like needs more details. Yeah. Yeah. After I loved here, I thought it was true. I feel so used. First one in your comp sci class. Pink. You pretend you are. Me to the moon, I never meant take me alone. All of us could go. Ooh, there's some small modifications that I need to make to that model. There's a tiny bit of overlapping. I don't like. And I kind of want to... I feel like I kind of want to accentuate the folds a little bit. I loved you, I loved you, I loved you, it's true. Be you and do what you do. Oops. Mesh display. Just mesh display. Apply color. Apply. Look your cars. Look your cars. Look your cars again. Soft selection needs to be surface. There you go. Brand new start. Awesome. This, nope, this one. Yep. Edit, re-import mesh. And now I need to bring in my material. Yeah, so used. This is the lace. What the fuck was it called? Oh, there it is. Come on, come on, you from underneath you, you. Ah. Let me get it to line up. Okay, add a blackness and add this one. Oops. Hi, Stinky. Hi, Chippy. Hi, Chippy. How are you doing today? Surround me. I feel like this should be smaller. If it's smaller that way, then it means it's smaller the other way too, though. I can do a row of 2 then maybe instead. Row of 2 looks like too much though. Okay. I'll keep it at 1. Dealing with ants, remember, they're driving me insane. Are you gonna get like pest control, or are you just dealing with it on your own? That is a big summer problem. I used to have that problem at my house too. In my house back in Colorado, back home. We used to have a lot of ants in the summer. I'm dealing with it. Understandable. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. The bad part is it's fire! How do you have fire ants in your house? What do you mean it's fire ants? What do you mean they're fire ants? Hello? I feel like you need pest control at that point. Like, honestly, like, you should probably not be dealing with that yourself, because you can get hurt, can't you? Fire ants are, like, super dangerous, aren't they? Come on. I do, but it's expensive. Damn, right, you right. I thought fire ants hurt. I thought fire ants hurt, like, a lot. I should have renamed these. I can. What's that? C. There we go. Nah, not if you lock in. They just bite. It hurts just a little. I'd be such a pussy about it, bro. Like, big kudos to you. I'd be such a fucking pussy about it. I'd be like, no! Get away from me! I'd be such a pussy. I'd be like, no, I don't want it. Noted, I'm sending them to you. Okay. Wait, don't send them to me! I said okay, as in, like, I thought you were gonna, like, send me a fucking picture of them. Don't send them to me! No! Don't do that. Don't. Please, Jebby. Please. Oh. Really wanna die. No! I'm not sure if I've been bit by an ant, but I've been stung by- I don't want to be stung by a wasp. Pixel got stung by a wasp the other day when we went shopping, and I feel really bad. Because, like, it literally only targeted him. I feel bad. It's happened twice now. No one's ever told you the powers working next to someone else. I actually want to turn this one upside down. I think would be better. No, I don't want to know. I don't want to hear it. Last time I got stung by a wasp was when I was washing my dad's car like 7 years ago. I was stung on your ear? Oh my god, I would freak the fuck out. I would be crying for days. I do not like it when bugs are near my ears. It's like one of my biggest fears. Ooh, Jersey's playing peak. Momo's doing stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna go watch my wife. There we go. Mind. You best know I freaked the fuck out. It was a wasp. Oh, wait. I remember I was in the car and I left something on my head, so I grabbed it and I tossed it off. It was, oh my god, I'd die. I would die. I hate touching bugs unless they're worms. Unless they're worms or, pill bugs. If they're worms or pill bugs, I'm fine. If they're literally anything else, I will actually shit myself. I hate bugs. So I have a fear of infestation. Bro is chilling. That's crazy. That's crazy. He didn't sting me or anything. Bro was just taking a ride. Bro can take a ride somewhere else, though. For real, though? To be completely frank, he could be anywhere else. So conceited. Someone need to know. To yourself, I wanna know. I don't wanna hear. Oh my god, where is this line? Let's do a fill. Let's do another fill layer. I want to do this again. I don't like it. It looks weird. Not too shape. Maybe that's not the way either. Yeah, this one's the best. Okay, I have to make this a color because I cannot see. I have an idea why there's ants. It's because my boyfriend had food in our office prob. Aw, damn. Yeah, I'm not the... I will say I may not be the cleanest about making sure my space doesn't have, like, is ant protected. But you can bet for a bona fide fact, if I start seeing bugs, I am going... I'm fighting somebody. I got the... Oh, that's because of that guy. Oh, shit. Let's do base color. Also 3D. You should build them a school so they can learn how to read. What the fuck? Why, Kiwi? Why would you want them to learn how to read? Plenty of people will read your books. We don't need to go to ants. We don't need to go to ants, I promise you. You made excuse the fuck out of you, brother. I made you do nothing. You were there to spend some quality time with me because you wanted to, you son of a bitch. What the fuck? That's crazy. I did not make you do anything. The only thing I'm gonna make you do is watch Master of Disguise. Which I don't know if I want to do this weekend or next weekend. I'm still deciding. Son of a bitch. You may not be wrong, but shut up. Eat my hands. I ain't do shit. I ain't do shit. Color burn? Ah, yes, color burn. There we go. Just a little bit less. Or like 100%, but like... If it doesn't have the colors, it like... Oh yeah, because this is a base color. Yeah, no, that makes sense. My brain is making more sense. Okay. Yeah, it pretty much looks like the reference. Pretty nice. Save. As contract, Toya, apparel, blossom. Blah, 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 blossom. I need to export the textures now. As the sky is falling and the rivers are falling, cannot heed money, oh no. You cannot heed money, oh no. You cannot heed money, oh no. And the last tree has fallen and the rivers have fallen, cannot heed money, oh no. File save. Save. Alright, now I'm deciding if I want to do the other wood. If I do the other one, it's probably... Now that I look at BLT struggles to look left. What do you mean? He doesn't. I just don't think I move my mouse to the left a lot. What's left? Are you calling him stiff? You calling him stiff? How could you, Kiwi? He's just a little boy. Alright. Let me get the other references. He doesn't have a Chad. He's never gonna have a Chad look. Mostly I think it's because I don't want to draw it. It's mostly because I don't want to draw it. To be fair. I only get a front view of this. Fuck. Fine. My love, but don't chase me. Change my life, but love, but don't chase me. Change my life, but don't, bum, bum, baby, bum, bum, bum. Oops, I'm opening two of them. Oops. Alright. Don't change me. To my face, my love, but don't chase me. To my face, my love, but don't. I just realized something. Swear to God, the ants, I'm tweaking. Listen, hear me out. Get a, WD-40 and a lighter. I'll take care of them. What is this? The baby doll pants, I think? Yeah, okay, cool. Bugs hate spice. They do hate spice. If you don't want to go the violent route, you could listen to Kiwi and probably just do some spice instead. Hey, you just gotta be smart about it, you know? Just don't burn the house down. Maybe. I'm gonna the biggin daily head pat. I have 1 head pats now. And then Mew. Don't forget to hydrate, Waff. Think assault circle, but with chili powder. Yeah, that'll actually probably work. And seem to like the thought of being sent to you. No! No! I promise I'm good. I'm fine. I'm okay. You know, funnily enough, I think that's a lovely offer that you have extended upon to me. But I think I'm gonna have to say that I'm okay. You know, it's a lovely, grand gesture, and I appreciate it more than you could ever know. But I think I'm gonna have to pass. The heck, okay. I don't know why I haven't done this before. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that's where it's supposed to sit. There we go. Okay. At all. Actually, it should be this short. Sheppy, don't you laugh. I'm very afraid of bugs, Sheppy. This is no laughing matter. You are threatening my livelihood. I mean my actual existence. No, don't laugh. Don't laugh at my pain. I know it's funny, but goddamn, please, leave me alone. Leave me be. I don't like buggies. Buggies scare me. I might have nightmares about ants now. God damn you, Sheppy. If I have nightmares about ants, it's all your fault.
Father, help!
Oh! That scared the shit out of me, brother. Ooh-wee! I will come back in 10 seconds. Ooh, spooky. The mini screen, the tablet is doing things on its own. Ooh, my stream now. stream now. What are you talking about, Chevy? What are you talking about? I'm coming back. Did you hear my steps? Bah, 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 bah. I'm back. You almost had me. Little did you know, I had a back door. What in the actual fuck knuckles happened to that? Here are the head pad pixels. What the fuck is happening here? I like fuck this up. How did I fuck this up so hard? There you go. Mirror. Whoa, hello kitty. Hello, hello Moon, hello. I am doing well. I hope you are well. Thank you for the boop. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Ah, shit. I combine those vertices, but I combine them a little too hard. Ow, 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 ow. Ah, my brain. What the fuck, Sheppy? How am I supposed to think now? Oh man, I did this wrong again. Ow, 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 ow. I will be once my wisdom teeth are out. I'm saying, oh my god, congratulations on getting your wisdom teeth out. Those are bitches. That's for sure. I'm laying on half an ice pack right now. Oh, are you okay? Sorry that you are in pain. We are here for you though. We'll give you lots of love. You getting all 4 out? Yeah, are you getting all 4 out? I only had to get 3. Sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. With the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. I put the sex in sexy. Plausible infection. I'm getting all 4. I think. Understandable. My mom. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's terrible timing. At least you gotta get loot because of something. I'll be okay, just bled. No, that's understandable. Still, I'm sorry you have to go through that right now. It sucks. You know? It's not always the funnest thing to have to deal with. I appreciate you stopping by to let us know how life's going. I only had to get 3 removed because apparently, even though my dad had all, so I got like what happened yesterday? Is it like, was your teeth like hurting more or something? Or did something else happen? My parents, so I got like both of their worlds in my mouth in a way. So my mom only had two wisdom teeth she had to get removed because only 2 of them grew in. So I was missing 1. However, my wisdom teeth were hard as fucking rock because my dad's teeth were super hard when like he got his removed. So it made taking mine out hard because like my teeth had the same kind of profile as my dad's. And I was like, son of a bitch. But they got him out thanks to modern technology and stuff. It wasn't so bad. But it still was kind of annoying. Oh, is this not? There we go. Oops, wrong one. There you go. Saw you were streaming and I was like, gasp, lol, yesterday. My left jaw hurts. Oh, I'm so sorry. My brain. I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that. Honestly, like that fucking sucks. Tooth pain, on a scale, like I've said this before, but there's only a few types of pain that I think really fucking suck. It's teeth and stomach pain, honestly. Teeth and stomach pain are the worst. Remember folks, if you trust your dentist and they tell you something needs to be done, do it. It's cheaper than waiting. Not valid, but I don't want to, Kiwi. I went to do a warm water rinse, didn't realize the water was too hot. Angry teeth. Oh, understandable. I hate the holes left by the teeth. The rest was okay, but fuck that open wound. That's valid. They are cracked and decayed thanks to mama genetics. Ah, I see. I'm sorry. Well, I hope that it's not too bad. Like, once they, like, you know, get it all, like, fixed up and stuff, like, you'll be okay. And then you'll feel all better. The only biggest thing that I have in my mouth is that when I was younger, I got a root canal for a tooth that was bothering me, and I think it was because it was a mix of, like, I don't think I took care of my, like, teeth all that well. Ah, Ed, oh no, I'm so sorry. And so they did a root canal on one of my tooths. But also I got braces early, and I think my teeth were still developing at that time, so I think that just didn't help it either. But now I just have this little spot on my tooth. It's not very happy, but it's okay. Biggest flex, never needed braces. Damn! Lucky. I had to get braces. I got braces before a lot of kids in my grade because, like, my parents were like, oh, you know, we can get braces on her at, like, how old was I? I don't remember how old I was. A saw swap plaque? No, it's just like, it's like, nerves, please don't kill me. No, no. It's, I don't know what it is, to be completely fair. All I know is that it's kind of like a spot in my mouth that's like, I think it's like the resin, like the UV cured resin. Because, like, I looked it up and then they're like, you know, they could overfill the thing and then you have more resin in your mouth and stuff. And I think it's just that. It doesn't hurt or anything. It's just kind of there. And it hasn't spread, so, I don't know. I'm back gonna grab something to eat. Have good luck. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you get good food. I don't know if I'm doing this right. This does not look right. We'll work on those. I forgot I have to do that too. Okay, I'll work on those tonight. Yeah, it'll be fine. I mean, I'm only editing one video, and it's a story time video, which I haven't done in a while, so I think I'll be okay. I'll be honest, I'm a little tired of working. I really miss playing video games and doing more art stuff. I feel like I haven't really been doing art stuff as of late, but we gotta make that money, chat. We gotta make that dough to pay our bills, so can't be complaining too much. Look at chat in 2 seconds. I'm just fixing the under part of those pants. Alright, what's up? As it's a Wednesday, my BF is making me eat fish for dinner. How come you have to eat fish for dinner? Are you guys, like, trying to be, like, a healthy kick or something? Vertex. No, I think I can do edge. I don't think I need this many edges. I'm gonna delete every other one. Let me do this smart. You. Moon is lucky they could get in. Wait. Ah, that's valid. That's valid. And cholesterol, that makes sense. Moon is lucky they could get in that fast. Some of my offices are booked out until October or further. That's valid. I mean, No, that's valid. No, that's completely valid. A lot of I feel like care centers, even my hospital that I go to, which, you know, to be honest, for how far out I have to book my appointments, it's not that busy every time I go. But I don't know, maybe that's just a me thing. Really don't want to move this all that much, to be fair. I forgot what I was talking about, to be honest. Oh, I think I was gonna talk about like how a lot of healthcare places, they're just so booked up. No show their appointments. Why? I don't understand. Because like getting seen by a doctor in like regularly is very important, isn't it? Or am I like missing something? Because like things with that, I feel like I'm missing something. Because it's like, I don't know. When I go to the doctor, it's like I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna get my shit done so I can be healthy. Maybe not everybody feels that way. Hi, Shadow. We have like really. I've not been a doctor since. That's valid, but like if you were to go to the doctor, it's not like you're gonna no-show it, right? Or like I don't feel like that's just crazy to me. The devil has won. I just, because like it makes it hard for like people who know, like when people no show, it makes it harder for people who are gonna show up to get appointments, because people who are no showing are taking up the appointments that like other people could get. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of just frustrated because that's happened to me multiple times where it's kind of like, you know, they don't have any, they have no shows, and it's like, what? That's checkup wise though. That's right. Reschedule are counted in that. Really? Thank you for the song request, Shadow. I hope you're having a good day, by the way. Ow, 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 ow. Hey, I may not be looking at chat, but I know that hurts. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Sheppy's trying to delete all my brain cells today. Sheppy, why are you trying to remove all? Ow, 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 stop it. My brain. I'm not gonna have any brain cells left, Sheppy. Sheppy, why? Why must you take my brain cells? Ow, 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 ow. Baby mode, you got it. Hold on. I have 2K points. Okay, fair point. Fair dinkum. You shrunk her! I've been oh shit, that doesn't look shrunk. I've been shrunked! You shrunk me! Hold on, I want to change my outfit. You shrunk me! How could you do this? I have to stand above my desk now. I'll stand like right here. What's the rationality? Don't punt me! Don't punt me. Do not punt me. Don't do this. Sheppy, look within yourself. You don't have to do this. It doesn't have to be this way. No, you did not. You heard nothing. You heard shit, Shadow. You didn't hear shit. I mean, technically, our marriage is saved. We're so poor that punt them now. Don't punt me. No. I can't have shit. I can't have shit in this timeline. I will come back once I fix this topology, damn it. Because it's a little confusing. That's not how that works. What the fuck? Closing the goddamn door. No, it's much better to fix these kinds of things with a sense of poison. Rationality. But at least there's a nice song playing. This is true. This is true. Hold on, I'll come back as baby, but I wasn't. There you go. Goddamn door, no. Much better to fix these kinds of things. With poison rationality, I chime in. Haven't you people ever heard of closing the goddamn door? No, it's much better to fix these kinds of things with a sense of poison rationality. Bonk, 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 bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Oh shit. What the fuck happened here? Oh, give me this one. Alright, this still looks really bad, so I'm going to go rendering. Nope. Sculpting. I'm not smoothing. Oh, fuck! I really want to listen to this again. This guy, smooth this guy out. I want Paris been outside. You wasn't there. You were dreaming of movement. Inspired. Things better. Oh shit. You're not the man you fell in love with. I am not the man you once adored. I am not the man and gentle husband. What? Why do you have bits? Hold on. Wait. Don't use the bits yet. Wait. Don't use the bits yet. Don't use the bits yet. I don't have the stickers in here. Wait. You didn't wait, you son of a bitch. Ew, son of a bitch, what is that? Ew, I don't want to look at it, but I'm gonna have to because you put your bits on. Oh, you put on. Oh, thank God you put it in. Okay. Hi, baby. Son of a bitch coming at me with this guy and shit. Ow. Why is chat being so violent today? Why are you being so violent today? Every island. That influence my card and I would use. Was to pick me back. Whoa, we bullshitting. Damn, we'll not have to do it again. No, you don't. I love that it matches like his face perfectly. Oh, I was thinking about doing a cheese redeem, Kiwi, for BLT. You can slap a piece of cheese on his head. I was thinking about doing that. Dude. Would that satiate you for a little bit? Waiting. Need some peace. Sorry, I really like this song. I'm really sorry. Away from here. Would you say this? It's better, betting bad. One sweat. Went into the other where we first met. Simple love will sting. That's what you're asking. Only way to go is where it is from its roots. And my husband knew that I must have much as you. Oh, I love that line so much. I will fall in love with you over and over again. I don't care how, when, or when. No matter how long it's been. in your mind. Tell me you're not the same person. It has been and I've been waiting, waiting, waiting. I don't want to do too loud. Don't be too loud. I also don't think I can go as hard as Penelope does in this. Oh, you do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. I'm just a man. Just a man. God, I love the fucking epic, dude. It's so good. 20 years. And base. Okay. Here. I need you to help me, 'cause it's getting cold and it's getting stormy. Let's hide this one. It sounds sweet. I need to duplicate the lower torso. Anti-layer, fully layer. Okay, cool. From her past, oh, she's never going. La da da da. Da, 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 da.
Ring, 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 banana phone.
Ring, 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 banana phone. I like that. That was great. That was a 10 out of 10. Ring, 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 banana phone. I want to listen to musicals now. We listened to Epic yesterday. When I listened to the Sweeney Todd one today? Kind of.
Please don't interrupt me. I'm on an important call trying to sell a cat.
What? What are you doing? Where'd you get a cat and why are you trying to sell it? BLT, this is BLT, this is a very important question. Where did you get the cat? What cat is it? Where did we find a cat? BLT? Hello? I think I might have to take away BLT's phone privileges. This one. Oh, you know what we should listen to? Heather's. Hold on. I'll listen to Heather's. Same silence a toddler would have to saying something out of pocket. I know, the silence was deafening. Oh wait, here it is. Oh, there we go. We'll be right back. I'm gonna switch devices. No problem. Paste. Go pee. Please make paste. Bigger, there we go, bigger. Contemplating wrong. High school, high school, Thunderdome. But then count to 10 to the graduating soon. It will be paradise if I'm not dead by noon. I know, I'll be beautiful. I have to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go to the bathroom after I fix this. Okay, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm refreshed. So I gotta go pee. Okay. All right. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I just realized what he said. Thank you for the song request. Oh. I was thinking about doing Hamilton as well, considering it's new wave on TikTok. I think I need all of these, and then except for this one. And then I do this as off, and then I... Keep it on the half. No, you know, I'll be beautiful. Maybe some lip gloss. Or some blush. I need your brush. They're beautiful.
Oh, bang!
Oh
my POV on that, you're going. Oh,
Buster! Oh shit, I realized we're in the wrong. Nope, wrong thing again. Huh? How was the wear cleaner? Oh my god, I think I played that Halloween last year, I think. How was it? Did you have fun? We're listening to musicals right now. We're listening to Heathers, and then we're gonna listen to a little bit of Hamilton, because you suggested it. And then I don't know where we're gonna listen to it. We might listen to the Sweeney Todd one after. One. Heather. Got up to the last level, then quit. That's valid. I think I did the same thing, to be honest. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure. Oh shit, I did this wrong. Beautiful. I gotta go back. I hope you had a good time though, at the very least, even if it was like a little bit annoying. Beautiful. Beautiful. Daryl's riding my ass. He do be riding asses. That is. He's a bit of a spooked guy. Because of certain circumstances. That I will not spoil in case anybody else wants to play, because it's a really cute, fun little game. Ooh, that could be another roll for fun video that we do, the wear cleaner. Because I do like that game a lot. It's cute. I did, however, give up on it. We're getting 100%. Price that you're willing to pay. Just right. The tears that you rolled and see me go by. Why so sad? Remember I ate on arrangements when you went away, making me mad. And the sight of estrangement, I'm your man. You'll be back soon, you see. And remember you belong to me. I'll be back. Time will tell. Remember that I served you well. Ocean rise, empires fall. We have seen each other through it all. And when push comes to shove, I will swim for the armed battalion to remind you of my love. Da 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 da. Thank you for the song request. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Say your love is straining and you can't go on. You'll be the one who complaining when I am gone. No, don't change the subject, 'cause you're my favorite subject. My sweet, submissive subject. A loyal, royal subject. forever and ever and ever and ever and thank you for the check buster. You'll be back 504. We fight the fight and win the war. Your love for your praise. I love you till my dying days. When you're gone, I'll go mad. Don't throw away this thing we had. Thank you for the cheek pad. Comes to shove, I will sell your friends and family. Mind you of my love. Da 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 da. Ya da 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 ya da 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 ya da 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 ya da. Everybody. Da 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 ya da 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 ya da 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 da. I think that looks better, so let me do that for all of them. This one. Demand. I love this movie. I'm gonna get through with Pixels because I fell asleep, but that's just because I think I'm too relaxed with them. But this is a really good movie. I like this movie a lot. No, look. By its cover. Day. On the lover. Transvestite. Transsexual. Mania. Oh, I think I did this one by 2 by accident. Oh, sorry. I like this movie a lot. I know I just said that, but I'm sorry. Fair. That. Oh, I think I see what's happening. Okay. Showed this to Amber recently. Did she like it? Transvestite. From Transylvania. Oops. What the heck? I'm sure she didn't really say. That's crazy. Because I feel like you have an opinion on that movie. You don't not have an opinion on that movie, you know? Sweet transvestite. Transylvania. You know what I want to listen? I want to listen to some Jack Black now because he did the cover of the song. Not this one, but he did the one that they all sing together. Yeah, like I'm obsessed. It's a really good one. I like it a lot. Time Warp, yeah. Jack Black did a cover of Time Warp, and I really like it. I just like Jack Black in general. I have a phone to pick. Or why now are you falling on my dick? This has been face off. Maybe like a watch. Nice, nice. Listen up, biatch. I like not lying stuff they cannot. I like Fix and Dance credit card. Hurt in the nose. The boss is in play walls. Thank you for the song request. I wonder which one it'll do. Probably just do the one from the movie. Yeah, I did the one from the movie. Tell me what you waiting for. Talking to my candy store. I'm gonna prove you're not a loser anymore. Into my candy store. Eat a red creepy treat. Goodbye to Shamu. Well, in the end, we'll leave you alone. My was broken now. No. Oh, what you waiting for? Welcome to my candy store. Prove you're not a loser anymore. Close, 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 close. Thank you. Nope, wrong one. Alright, I'm gonna go back to normal model now. What are you waiting for? Welcome to my candy store. You're not a loser anymore. Squish show mode. Okay, got it. I'll sit up here so I can saw my screen. Oh, you squishing? I'm just a squishy little lad. You got it. Yeah, whatever you want. It's fleeting. It's told. Rosely. Man, 1 sec. Okay. Thank you for the save check. I will save in 2 seconds. Why is this not merging them? Increment and save. Thank you. Okay, cool. Let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. Right. Oh, I think I did this wrong. Lost. Insane. I did do this a little bit wrong. Keep me. Mention. Intentions. Blindfold. I'm nothing. Oops. Did that wrong. Foundation. Do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. Mm-hmm. I think this was a little bit too far in. Ask me to run. Hands on your hips. And tight. A big thrust. Let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again. Oops. There we go. I got a Spanish call 2 minutes before close, and the interpreter did not want to be on the phone. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I commend you for your hard work, though. Thank you for dealing with people that are clearly not up to standard. Not up to par. I'm sorry. It's alright. Holy fuck, what's happening? I booked it. I'm so fucking proud of you. Good job. Thank you for dealing with them. Buster, what? What's happening? My hand, hold you in me. I'm alive and my bestie is alive. Oh, yes. Kiwi's alive every day. At least I would hope to God that that's the case. Fight for me. I guess I'm the crown. How far you could send me, oh, my headset's a working cooperate. Aha! I'm proud of you. Good job. Good job, good job, good job. Feel good. Longer than I thought you would. Hey, Mr. No Name Kid. Oh, you're free. If I still alive, I you. Is it one string? It is one string. Or it looks like one string, so we're gonna do it as one string. Nope, stop. Thing does not want to cooperate right now. It's annoying me. Oops. Equals. Oh, in a hurry. 2 pieces left and a matter of one. Are you old and decrepit? No! Lost in. I love to get lost in. I have to flush. If I the and rush. Your brain. I'm so get lost in the pain. When everything goes. It's okay. Use your brain. Use your brain. But I plotted 6 shorts for my anthology last night. Fuck yeah, good job. Me, my dad, there's someone. That's fun. English Watcher, Veronica Sawyer, college and marry a lawyer. Eyes gonna hurt when it falls. Gotta start building your walls. Your brain, nice and lost in the pain. Your eyesight, out of sight. Nothing of vain. Freeze your brain. You're all in with more pain. Who you are, running the road. 6 weeks, I'll be back on the road. Your head says you're better off dead. Dying of fame. Freeze your brain. Freeze your brain. Freeze your brain. This one. On the rage. Nobody home tonight. Home tonight. On the max. Over gone. A big fun, big fun. Some big fun. One big fun. Guys, smile to be free. I'll leave home tonight. Alright, I wanna hit home tonight. Big fun, big fun. Big fun. I like this is meant to be daintier. Big fun. Alright. Alright. Serious question. What's happening? Obviously I can tell you about yeah. What's your favorite ADH autism flavor? Minecraft. I think. Dang, dang, tickety, dang, dang. I don't think I have a favorite because I think it all like rock people, dinosaur people, D&D people, fashion, yeah. Buster's is fashion. I don't think you have like a specific favorite one because everyone's so unique. I think like naturalist ones, like ones about animals, pretty cool. I like dead things, sharks, D&D, and cozy games. Yeah, no, that's fucking awesome. New song drop by who? Call him. I know you about strike me down. I will listen to it later because we're listening to musicals right now. I don't want to listen to musicals right now. Okay, thank you, Pixels. I'm just kind of in the groove with the music right now. Oh, never mind. It's already playing. Did you put this on here? Oh, wait. Oh, I see. That's fine. If you requested it, then that's fine. I think I did the last one wrong. You can request? Yeah, you can request any song as long as it's on Spotify. Whoa. I love Colin McGinnis's voice. Oh my gosh, sir. Please. How do you do the song request the song request, not TTS, sorry. You do the song request redeem, and then you can type the name of the song, or you can, yes, thank you, Pixels, or you can just copy and paste the Spotify link. Okay, there you go. So we do here the head pat. So this will be rendering. Oh, what now? What? What's happening? Dang, I found an infinite diamond vein, but it's 1.5. Damn, I guess I'll need to train. Yeah. Oh, fuck, I forgot that. Go, Vex, go! Dude gave her the song, holy fuck, I'm salivating for a man. In the time I've been gone, I've become a trans fanboy. Fuck, yeah. You go, king. No, yeah, Column's great. We love Column. The editor. Oh, wait, no, I have to do duplicate. This is the low. This is the high. Increment and save. Modify, convert, smooth. That's fine. There we go. I'm glad it worked. Yeah, sometimes it is a little finicky, and I apologize for when it is. When it's finicky, just please let me know, and then I can fix it. I can't look at chat all the time. So I really appreciate when you guys let me know. Sometimes the bot's a little finicky. To be camera based. No worries, you're good. Thank you. Thank you for that, Bets, as well. X. Oh, what? There we go. We should be good now. Excuse me? Excuse me? I feel like my ears are being entranced. What is happening? What is this from? What is this from? What is this from? Oh, oh, this goes in a playlist. This goes in one of my, hold on, this goes in one of my playlists. Hold on. I have a headbanger playlist. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, Moon, you got me fucked up. Hold on. Where's my playlist? I have a headbangers playlist. Oh. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh. Oh. Ooh. This is nice. Oh. Oh, okay. Please, Lane, calm down. Shit real nice. Blast full blast driving in the truck to like calm my tics. Dude. This song fucks. Unfairly so, in my opinion. God damn. Oh. 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 Wait, hold on. Oh, it's not on here, is it? Oh, damn it, hold on. What's it called? Oh, fuck, I forgot what it's called. Hold on. It's called clothing. Okay. I'm gonna make it big. Worth all the points. I'm glad. That was amazing. I'll go. God
Mama's song
damn.
fucks so hard I've melted and reformed.
Well, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your time. Okay, I honestly don't think I needed all these. I think it was a bit... I think I did a little bit overkill, to be honest. I mean, right up to Seattle. Motorbike. Motions that I like. There's another song I would share with you that's a great follow. It's called Efficient Way to Kill a Mass Amount of Motherfuckers. What the fuck? I've ascended. I'm ready to redo the Big Bang. Fuck yeah. Hold on, I'll add it. Add to queue. It'll play after this song. break you. And in a moment, I break you. Thank you, bot. It was just Twitch. It was Twitch auto mod. I'm a dead girl. I can't. In a drill. No ads, no. It's beautiful. You're beautiful. Me. I'm alive. Oh, Pog. Why my sub? Yup. Yup. Okay. For you, there's something nothing to. Ooh. Ooh. Let's display for apply vertex. There we go. Babe. Baby doll dance. Cow? 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 Moo? Moo? Moo moo? Moo 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 moo. Wife working on art. Mo also working on art. Oh, BZ finished her peak run. Also, I've gotten into editing. I should upload it. Yes, yes, please. What the fuck do you call? Oh shit. Seizure warning. I don't have PB on this one. Hold on, I'll get him. I don't have the PBs on this one. I forgot what they're called. Ah, the PBs on this one. Yeah, I'm sorry. I like Hard Go Boom Boom song. That Squish Brain. Me too. Me too. Oh, is it? It is an overlay thing. I just haven't added it to this one. Epilepsy seizure warning. Thank you. That's what I was forgetting. I forgot what it was called. But yeah, no, it's on the hub. It's not on this one. I should put it on this one though. I'm sorry. There, I'll turn it off now. And go. Oh, so my stuff broke. Fine. Boop. Boop. All folds. Noise. Not metallic. Should be more pink. Mouth noises. I think it's a remix though. This one? This one? One I know doesn't have the lyrics by Waste. This one is by Waste? Oh, I see. It's the Butcher's remix. Ah. Ah. I found it. Okay, hold on. That'll break. Oh, pants. Fucked it up. I forgot UV editor. All this. Yeah. Delete. Now combine. Combining the rest of these. Oh shit. I've done it wrong. Yes, this one. Yeah, I like it. Go. Now we combine all of it. Baby. This one, this one. Hands have no roughness. There we go. Aliens. Honestly, I kind of want an emo like that one. Taco Space vibes. Oh, they're a DJ. Oh. I want that emote. How do I get that emote? I want that emote. Hold on. But work emote. Hey, how do you set up a song request? I'd love to do that when I start streaming again. I use Songify. If you look up Songify, they'll have a lot of like examples of like how it's done. I found it. I want one of these. See if Twitch will let us have it. I'll make it later. But yeah, if you use Songify and you look up how to do it with Twitch streams, it's pretty easy. The tutorials are very, very straightforward. They're not too annoying to set up. I just want the AO. And then this is damaged. A little bit lighter. There we go. Sweet, thank you. That's a really cool feature. Yeah, of course. And just be sure to split your audio so that way it doesn't save in the VOD. I'm gonna copy. There we go. Try to learn about Boffy's Nurgle as demigod? I would love to. Oh, I'll figure out that one's also, all you have to do is look up VOD's what's this song? It's Bussin'. It is, wait, hold on, does this work? There you go. What was I gonna say? Forgot what I was talking about now. If you look up a Twitch split Spotify audio, you'll find the tutorials very quickly. I will go back to the DJ though. Thank you, of course. I don't want to listen to. Sure. Okay, now I gotta open Marmoset. Because we gotta go play Repo soon. Hey, did you whitelist me for the new server? You are still whitelisted. We didn't wipe the whitelist. So as long as you have the same account, you should be fine. You just rejoin. I just said that thing about going back to stream. Fuck yeah, definitely. If that is what you're feeling, definitely do it. I will support you full way, you know, I get it. We're all a very supportive community here, so do it. Oh yeah, baby double pants, this one. Metal in here. Trying to finish the updating my PNG tuber at that point. Yeah, I believe in you. You got this. Oh my god. My brain. And get my commission sheet example thingy up. Oh lords, I have so much to make sure to set. I believe in you. And even if you're not fully ready, that's okay. As long as you're having fun with it, even if you're not like 100% like prepared, that's fine. You know? And my unicorn baby, that's me. Fuck yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see it. Sorry, I got quiet because I'm trying to position this on the model and it's kind of annoying. It is 1.6. Hey, how cute, I'm dying because he's the cutest. Hello, such a go. I'm a little guy. I'm just a little guy. How you doing, Sachi? Hope you're having a lovely day. There we go, okay. Yeah, you're right, because I can always edit it as I go, and it can be a part of the— yeah, that's my favorite part. It's part of the journey is always my favorite part. You're just chilling and vibing. I'm glad. Oh my god. Trying to finish this before my collab. I think I can. Just gotta take my time. Go this way. Also, make this more purple. Okay. Go back. Right here. We're gonna turn it and scoot it and turn it again. I feel like I've turned it a bit too much. Oh my god. I make the movements? I didn't. So finicky. I decided to make an evil demigod based on the sloth's sin, and basically he's an immortal flesh mound that drains the will out of everything and until it becomes much interesting. Man, I can't feel that's all. So it was no, you're fine. That's totally fine. I don't think that's TMI. It's not to me. It's not that terrible. If you went into deep detail to describe every detail, sure, but you didn't, so I think it's okay. I'm sorry that you're feeling icky poo poo because of your tooth, though. Or your teeth. Technically your teeth. I'm just gonna bring it in. Rotate it a bit more. Yeah. Forward? Nope, not forward. What is up with you? Oh, I rotated it. No, wait, no. It needs to go this way. Maybe a little bit more this way. There we go. Yo, that's cool as shit. I know, right? Oops. 180. Is it peeking a little? I think it's peeking a little bit. Oh. That's like close enough. So serious. Beto. Roughness. Metallic. With Y. Yeah. That pink I put on it though feels so bright though. Wait. Greens. Metallic, normal. Oh, there's the middle. Curvature, normal, roughness. Alright, there you go. Lane, you need a Miu wig. I don't have Miu wig. I know it's cause of them. I don't have a Miu wig. I don't have time to make a Miu wig, darn it. We have to finish this and then I can baby make one, but I don't have time. So ask a ghost to take a big one for me. I got finished this. You know, I have a God OC myself for a comic I'm writing. I love pulling ideas from cosmic horror. Yes! Thank you. I just have a horrible habit of oversharing, lol, because my family has never, like, told me not to, unless, of course, with situations you really shouldn't, but they just put up with me. That's valid. I like it when people share stuff. I love how I love how he described the character. It gave me ideas on how to make the gods terrifying from the perspective of humans. Ooh. I gotta render it. I just realized a thing in the model. Save. I want to edit. So I will do that after I finish adding in the one that I did earlier, which is this one. This one. So I'd really like to finish my contract work so we can go back to normal stuff today. I can't do that if I haven't finished it. I'm sorry. I want to, I do. I just also really want to finish this though. Now I this, but why? I feel I want it. Fucking something. We going fucking. Sorry, I know you're totally good. I get it. It's not the rubbish. Gin and juice. Mm-hmm. 90. It's kind of like not 90 though. I don't know what it is. I want it. No. Please. So close to finishing. I'd be so proud because I got more done today than I thought I would. Know that. Know that. I know that. These eyes for real. Make you feel. Someone can feel something. Yeah, nothing to lose. Okay. And then use ray tracing. Render image. Oh my god, Kiwi, I want that. In my world, I have a whole like angel demon system on your web, like funnel spider web style. It's coming together so well. Recently, I found out I have the most. That's really cool, by the way, Moon. Recently, I found out I have the most shoes and clothes in the house, and every time I feel bad about it, I remember I've been curating my closet for 5 years. That's valid. Oh god, that's valid though. Mesh display. Okay. Image plane. Let me see. Is it nice? Let me show. Do it this way. No. Baby, this one, yes. And then awesome. Feels a little bit too forward. I think it's fine. Hey, it takes all sorts of treasure to make goblin comfort nests, you know, and there are good wills for a reason. I mean, fair, but I made most of my closet. Yeah, no shame. No shame. Don't feel bad about that, having the most clothes. Baby girl. No, the world. Girl. What's this one called? Blossom Sister. World. Baby doll. Cool. Love. You my love. Love. Alright, I gotta prepare for the collab. Oh! I joined the chat and I didn't know they were in my face. Oopsies. My main bad guy, her name is Insania, which translates to insanity in Latin. She is the seraphim of madness, and oh, okay, okay, made it for a bit. Good job. I'm proud of you. Steal Mew's face. I'm not steal. That's crazy. That is crazy. I'm not stealing my wife's. No. I'll ask my wife if I can have her crown. I don't have time to make a wig, and I don't want to steal your face. And when I start streaming, I think I'll do some art streams to show off and do a Q&A for the characters I draw. Hell yeah, I got my old job back. Did you quit it? What? What? Hi Zoe! I am in the Discord. I will be there in 10 seconds. I just have to fix something really quick with my repo. My repo! And I will be there. This one, select profile. This one? Wait, no, how do I do this? Close. Repo time it is. No, just let go because the store was slow. Oh, I'm glad you got your job back. Fuck yeah, congrats. I'm trying to remember. It's this one? This one, no. Ah, there we go. This one. Repo. Profiles, collab couch. Also, look what I got in the fridge, but. Whoa! Whoa! So cool. On to. Oh shit! Which one's the hat one? It's this one. Decoration. Ooh. I'll put Muse in here. Save. No. Ow! So is the server down? It shouldn't be. Okay, hold on. Melissa isn't a demon so much as she's a harpy. Ooh, I like that. Alright, I gotta turn back to normal. Normal. And then I'm gonna unmute. Hello.
Somebody new. Just
Hello.
Hello.
How's everybody doing? Hello.
shocking, then it. Oh, the music stopped. I was laughing at that. Love that song.
I just lowered it. I'm sorry.
It's
What
been
was
a
I saying?
while.
Hello, friend.
That's alright. I gotta switch gears anyways, because it's time for us to game. It's been ages.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's not been
has
that
been.
long. But it
been a
feels
hot
like it's been
minute.
ages since we hung out.
Yeah.
I'm just happy to see y'all. And there's some new faces too. I'm looking forward to getting introduced.
Yes.
Yeah.
I will introduce everyone once we're all ready.
Alright.
What?
I think
Yeah,
a
I'm
new
sorry.
face. I think just Shems, because I've met you before, I believe.
Possibly?
Buster.
I'm pretty
Last
sure
time we
the
played
last
Repo
time we
as a group,
played,
were
it
you
was.
there?
I'm pretty sure we did play with you, Ghostbuster.
Yeah, I
know.
remember
was
you.
there for that.
Oh,
Really?
you
Maybe.
wasn't there?
If I
But
forgot,
yeah,
I'm terribly sorry. I'm very bad with names.
you're good.
But nice to see you again. If not, nice to meet you.
Nice to see you as well.
Hi, I'm
Or me.
Alzheimer's.
Okay, I guess I'll put.
early onset.
And then you.
Elaine, do you like our Mewlings?
I do. I didn't have time to make a Miu wig. Kiwi was like, make Miu wig. And I'm like, I don't have time. I'm working. So I asked Miu for her crown. So I'll wear that.
I made both of these.
Yeah, because you're a beautiful artist.
Just a little tiki.
Oh, you're
Oh,
like
that.
you're like all Meified.
Yeah, we're the
Yeah.
Mewlings. My eyes are
It's
very
like not-
wide, apparently.
It's very anime style.
Stop rotating. Please stop
I
rotating.
didn't even realize that's what was going on.
Okay, how do I do this? I'm confused.
Speaking of me's, Mia, what are you doing, baby? You're just Erwin? Oh, attacking. Come here.
Oh wait, it's much higher.
Come here, be my baby. Oh,
There we go.
my baby. No, kitty.
Let's see if this will work. Where'd it go? Oh no. Okay, I lost it. I gotta
Such
crop
a
it.
mean baby. Come here. Be a nice kitty.
It's too hot.
Am I going to use it for the tag you, girly pop?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Go for it. For all these peeps in the collab, we will do introductions soon, but currently we have Kazia, Zoe, Shems, Mew, and Ghost. Our lovely lovelies.
We've got Mew,
Yay.
Kazia, and Zoe.
Yeah, Mew, Kazia, Zoe.
I'm roasting alive. It's 94 degrees Fahrenheit out here.
Ugh.
Woof, it was 102 yesterday.
Oof.
Put this behind.
It's 68 degrees by me. I'm cooking right now.
Damn.
68?
60 and you're cooking? What are you talking about?
Do you wait?
I mean,
For some reason, I was
Celsius,
thinking Celsius, but that's too. That would be. You would be dead if that was Celsius.
Yeah, I would.
60 sounds pretty nice. Can we trade?
No.
Oh,
Why can't
I'll give
I
you
move
10 degrees
this?
for my heat. For 10 degrees if you're cold.
I like the coals.
Damn.
He's a
Mew, your crown's stuck on my head and it won't come. Oh, I
nice
found it.
weather.
We're good.
Also, hi. It's nice to meet you.
I felt like I
Never
was
just
I was wearing the mask, the green mask.
I'm the little gremlin in the corner of the banner. The
Alright.
beautiful banner that Elaine made.
Yippee! Alright.
Also, like your dragon design. It's very cool.
I made
Thanks.
that.
Good job.
Thank you.
Alright, now I gotta get Kazia.
Usually it's not shirtless, but
Wait, there's a shirtless version?
he is shirtless.
He has
he
a
is
shirt on
currently
the
shirtless.
banner. Or the thumbnail thing.
Yeah, but
it's
not in his
Or
food
is he
detect.
shirtless?
Oh, in
Shirtless
the
in
go to
the
the
food
I'm
stream.
sorry. I'm not asking for shirtless pics. I'm just confused.
Totally
Oh wow.
Go to the stream.
Chat
I'm
says
sorry,
it's
I'm
nice to
coming
meet
across
you
as a freak
all.
right now.
No, it's fine. We're all freaks here.
No one's
True.
normal.
How am
The
I gonna
fuck is
fit?
no?
It's because I'm
Besides, dragons
too.
are hot, so I'm
Weird
just
is
not wrong.
freak is the new normal.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're so crowded.
Okay. And then you, because
Also,
everybody's
approve of
big.
your Red Horns Ghostbuster. Red Horn Gang.
Red Horn Gang.
Yay.
I'm not in the gang.
Okay, how about just Horn Gang? We all have horns, right?
Okay.
Miyu. Miyu
Oh,
does
so
have
hyped.
horns.
Miyu have crown.
What?
My beautiful wife have crown.
We're
You have
talking about
crown. You
our
don't have
models.
horn. You have crown.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Did you add any other VODs from last time at all, or no?
I did some
You
quality of
did.
life and some content. I posted the linky in the roundtable, and I will be posting the stream together as well in the roundtable if anybody wants to be in that.
Copy.
Horny gang.
Yeah, Horny Gang.
Stream together. Put you.
I
over
could send the
there.
different models if you want to see them.
You can put them in the couch if you want.
Oh, show. Shems, I'm outing your model.
Oh.
You do
Good
you.
luck.
You're the artist.
To show them off.
It's hard to find on mobile. Where do I find everyone's names?
I mean,
Or the Twitch names so I can like follow people.
repo time. Getting in.
Oh,
Oh,
nothing.
I got you. Hold on.
Apparently
Wait.
collabing with
I'll put it.
nothing.
Hold on. IRL.
You know what? I'm gonna join the
wait,
the
shit,
shared
hold on.
chat, even though I'm not streaming, just because it's funny.
Hell yeah, do it.
Well, I can get all the names.
I
in
sent it
10
in the
seconds.
couch.
Thank you.
Oh,
Bye.
show.
I want you to let me do this.
Wait, did
For
it?
show. What was I gonna do?
Oops, I spelled that wrong because I can't spell. And
Oh.
then...
Nice.
No.
Oh, what the heck?
I'm gonna go get a drink really quick. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. And then... Why won't you let me at? Please. Please, Twitch.
I don't exist.
What do you mean I'm out of characters? Okay. And then remove this tag. And then space. You know what we should do sometime, guys? We should play Pletka.
Wait,
Oh,
what?
you know
yeah,
what?
I haven't
I
played
played
that in a while.
Clicker in forever.
I wanna I'm saving up so I can get it for my wife and then we can all play it.
Wait, what?
Pletka is this game where you go through different levels going down and you have to collect stuff to feed the elevator gods.
Oh.
Yeah.
Elevator gods.
So I put all the ads in the chat if that helps.
Oh,
I will
thank
also
you.
put it in my collab.
Thank you.
Yay.
There you go. Now it's in the collab command as well.
Yay. I'm
Maybe
already
also that.
following... I think I'm already following everyone except Shems. Oh, let me check.
That loophole. Yes. Oh, Pog. Ooh. I love you guys. Because I just put the ads on Twitter and it kind of worked. Kind of?
Meh.
Kind of? I don't know if these ones work. Ah, my brain, please. My brain, please. I just want to post on Twitter. I know I'm very unprepared. I'm sorry.
Okay, I had to double check. I am following IRL Ghostbuster. Happy to be one of your few followers. You deserve more, though.
I
They went to go get a drink.
I'm with,
Oh, they're back. Never mind.
I don't stream unless I'm with Miyu, so.
There you go. I'm now following the cool blue dragon.
Let's go. I don't even think I'm following Shems.
I mean, the cool.
Oh God. Am I following Shems?
Listen.
Oh, you
Shems,
follow
type
me.
in my chat, please. Please? Or type in Mia's chat. Type in Mia's chat so I can follow you.
You
I don't
follow
know if
me.
I am.
I can
Oh, I
follow you
am?
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
It says you started
Feel like
following
you're-
me 22 days ago.
Okay, well, you didn't have to like say it
Hold on, gotta mute.
specifically the amount of time in which I have been
Alright, I'm gonna switch over
Polly,
to
but I mean,
game.
it's fine. That's good.
Oh, I gotta download the mod manager. That's what I was doing.
And then mute music for everybody but me. Oh god. Just I can do Ghost and Shem's just huge. Gotta make them small. I gotta go get everybody else's Fuji's. Oh, there's Elaine's little baby.
I'm a scrunkly guy. That's my
You're a
favorite
scrunkly
thing now.
guy.
I just want to be a little fetal thing.
I might switch to my repo one that you made me if you wanted to switch or
Yeah,
not.
no
It's up
problem.
to you.
Whatever you want, Pokey. Also, I'm gonna
Okay.
put the region in the middle, so US East, because I think that'd be the middle for people in Europe and stuff. Too.
Now I gotta make my stealth not as big.
I say what's up? What's up, Just Blaze? Welcome on in. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you.
Hello, and
Password.
back.
Skip.
Welcome
Welcome
back.
back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Moon.
I'm
Oh shit,
huge.
wife's big. I was like, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a really big eyeball, and I was like, what the fuck?
And now I gotta get
Take
the other
over.
two.
And go. That's so cute. Okay. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm going to...
Thank you for following everybody.
Woo! I don't know who's joining. Oh, Shems? Wow. Alright, Mr. You can calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
I'll join as soon as I get everybody in.
Sounds good. Did I fix the thing? I did! Okay. Next time we play repo, we can fix the heads and stuff, and if people want me to make them custom repo heads, I can.
Oh.
I think that's a great idea. Alright, now
Yeah.
Zoe. Now I gotta get
He's
Zoe
pretty. He's
in.
the
The
prettiest,
coffee
one of the
bean is so
prettiest
cute.
people I know.
I'm Bean.
Oh, I forgot to switch over to my repo bean that you made, Elaine.
Yeah, if you want, you know.
It'll take me a second. I need to get the website up on my handheld. Is that the first time I'm gonna play repo on this? See how that will do.
I want to change my stuff, but I don't know where the fuck these glasses came from. Yeah. That one's the main one. I wish you could copy a thing to another one. It's fine. I'll make a new one. I think I have everyone on my friends list, so you guys can join whenever. There's no password, so.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I gotta find all the teeth again. Fuck.
Why did I just picture you with like a jar of teeth?
Because I'm the tooth fairy. I come and take your teeth.
I see.
Putting you.
You need to put this. Yeah, I want
Alright.
this thing.
I have a preset that has my repo bean, and I like it because my friend made it, and she's very good at art.
Hell yeah. Where's my repo? There's my repo sound.
Boy. Oh. I already have like ears though. I like little nubs. Judge it! Fuck off him! Sorry, that was like a bit obnoxious.
Fuck off
I'm
him.
sorry. Judge it! Fuck off him! Oh.
Like
It
the
was
definitely makes me
small.
smart.
Oh. What's a matter? Oh my god! What? I want to play repo. Can I not play repo? Do you want to join in repo? Okay.
Oh.
Nice.
Who are we joining by the way? Who's hosting?
Me.
Elaine.
Okay.
I am.
Just because I was kind of waiting to hear that and figured I should ask.
Yeah.
You might have got an invite already.
Nope.
Oh.
Use my diaper.
That's okay. I will try and join manually.
This is the first time my cat just wanted me to hold her for this long, and I'm kind of confused. You hold it?
Aww.
Okay. What's the matter? You can't be kicking me. Not very nice. Where are you going?
Oh, there we go. I'm in.
Huzzah!
Woohoo!
Okay, I'm gonna deafen Discord.
Yeah, sounds good.
Are we turning down our audio like usual so the
Yeah,
PNG
yeah.
still
If you
work?
want, there's a faster way of doing it that Shems has taught me. If you right-click the deafen thing, there's an app. Yeah, it's fucking great. I don't have to go into my settings anymore. Thanks, Shems. Thanks, Shems, for showing me that. Pretty cool of you. Okay, do we wanna... We can either just go in or... Wait, Kadia, can you say stuff again? Because you were really staticky. Yeah, here, I'll take my horns off so it can look better. There you go. Alright. Yeah. Do we just want to start and then we can play, or do you like wanna like mess with your cosmetics first and then we can go in? It doesn't matter either way. I just want to give people time if they need time. It's okay. I wasn't gonna use them yet because I was just making sure that they were still compatible. I don't know where the diaper. Oh, there it is. It's a diaper. Diaper. Where the fuck did this Megazord body come from? Okay, is Kazuya like staticky for you guys? Maybe I turned you up too high? Goobers were here.
But it's not
as well.
terrible.
Oh,
that's weird.
oh, it's
Hello,
fine
can
now.
you hear me?
Hello, Joey.
Hey, Zoe.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know why the default microphone settings were just not working, but
Gotta
no one
lay
was
and
responding.
ice my jaw for a bit. No problem, Moon. Thank you for stopping by.
Mayor wants a big ol' kiss. Big ol' kiss from Mayor. Mwah.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Are we all ready? Are we all ready?
Test.
Hello.
Yeah, I think we're ready.
Are we doing intros before or after we?
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you. Let's do intros. Let's do intros. We're gonna start from the lobby. So Shems, you gotta go first because you got in here first.
Ah, fuck. I am Shems. I'm just still a little guy. I stream occasionally, but not often. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Is it me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Am I still staticky?
No.
No, you are perfect.
Okay. Okay, I guess it might be just weird time zone bullshit. I don't know.
I think I might have turned
hi,
you up too
everyone.
hard and then that broke it or something.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, hi everyone. I'm Kazuya. I'm a crazy dark entity demon VTuber. I'm currently on an unplanned hiatus because my mental health is on the fritz, but I usually stream all sorts of things. Yeah, and I'm happy to be back with another repo collab since it's been a while. So thank you for having me.
Glad
We
to have you back.
appreciate you being here, buddy.
Yeah. Is it my turn now? For once, I'm not having scuff.
You may proceed.
Okay. Hi, I'm Eve the Mermaid. Nice to meet everybody. I am no longer pre-debut. I'm now debuted, and I'm actually streaming for once. I think the last time we did like repo collabs, I was always like, I'm not streaming yet, everybody, but now I'm streaming. Yay! I do art and just a bunch of different games like Peak, Fortnite. I just got the new Resident Evil games, or Resident Evil 2, because it went on sale, and I'm excited to play that.
Ooh.
Big thanks to Ghost,
I love the
my
remake.
patron. Also, thank you for the follow, Buster from Arthur. But yeah. I also did a 24-hour stream on Friday because I made affiliate really fast.
Oh, you did
with
such
all
a
my
good
lovely
job.
friends. Yeah.
Did such a good job.
24-hour streams are fun.
Yeah. It wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. It was lagging, but it was good. But I'm happy to be here and see everybody again.
Woo!
Oh, yeah.
Yippee! Now time for my co-host.
Hi, I'm Mia's co-host. I'm Ghost or Buster or Danny or whatever the hell you guys want to call me. I don't care. I'm artist. I do like model art and stuff like that. I did Shems's model art. And I just hang out with Miu. I don't really stream that often on my own. It is very, very rare that I will, but yeah. I'm here for the vibes and the good times. Go ahead, Zoe.
Hi, I'm Zoe Loveful. I'm also on a hiatus as I'm currently away from home visiting family, but I'm very happy to be here. Normally I do stream gaming content, and I am a good friend with sorry, what's that B? I do know you as well, but Elaine and I have been friends for a long time, so I'm always happy when you invite me along to collabs. Thank you.
I was so excited when she said she wanted to invite you guys. I was like, hell yes.
Yeah.
Happy to be hanging out with people again.
We're always happy to play. You know, I'm free. Like I have a lot of free time, so yeah, I'm always down.
Hell yeah. Alright, I'm gonna do a shameless plug and put my Discord if anybody wants to join the Mermaid Co.
Yeah, do it.
It's also very artist friendly.
Yay! Except me, I'm an unfriendly artist.
That's a lie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's the person wearing the Miu wig that they made themselves just surprised me.
Shut up. No guys,
No,
I'm
it's
so
like-
cool and mysterious.
It's like an unfriendly friendly artist. So like they all say good things about your art, but in a very aggressive way.
God, your art is so good. I love the way you color things, Miu.
All right, and then hello, I am Elaine. Everybody knows me. I host these things a lot of the time. I'm just a little fetal guy, and I'm excited to do this. I'm trying to find the fucking fairies, the fucking firefly. I don't know what fucking category they're in, because they're fucking all over the place, and I don't understand why this shit isn't in alphabetical order.
Also, this is the first time I'm playing Repo since the major update.
Oh.
That happened back in like the end of June. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried any of the new shit that they've added. So
I haven't played recently either.
Oh, we'll have lots of fun. All right, everybody ready? I guess I'll just have.
Ready.
Are you sure it's not in alphabetical order? I found the fairies. They were in the first category.
What do you mean the first category? What the fuck you talking about, you bitch? I like there's the Navi ones, but I mean like there's like fireflies.
Oh.
I'm here for Buster on Buster support. Yes, you have a
Woo!
Buster.
Oh my god, 2 Busters. Hi Buster, my name is Buster.
And are you busting?
Absolutely,
Are
I
you
am.
busting?
Only when Miu's here though.
Wait, what about me? Can I have some busting?
Oh, of course,
Absolutely,
you.
you can.
Yahoo! All right, let's go. I'm starting the game.
Yay!
I want a cookie.
Hopefully
I
it's
have a
brighter.
cookie.
Cookie.
Hopefully it's brighter for my poor colorblind
Oh shit!
eyes.
Museum of Human
Yeah,
Art.
we do have
What
a
the
custom.
fuck is
So
this
if
place?
the game is too dark, you can brighten your flashlight. And I don't know how to turn mine the fuck off though, but so I guess it's just
my
on.
flashlight.
Yeah, if you go into the mods and then if you go into the first one, better flashlight, you can brighten it.
Oh.
Fuck yeah.
And though I could brighten my flashlight.
What, excuse me?
Wait, what?
Oh, you can also
I found a
customize. I
secret.
think
Oh.
everybody has grabby
guys.
colors that match their repo. Oh, what's
Elaine,
that?
pick this up.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh god, get off my screen. Ah! Ah!
Spamton.
Ah!
Spamton, G Spamton. Do you want
It didn't
to
go away when I let
Oh
go.
my god, I love it.
Unconsensual.
It
Brain.
lingers for a
There's a brain.
second.
Hello, brain.
It's a brain.
He's so cool. Me look. He's so cool. This is your brain because he has sunglasses.
Oh, it's my brain. I'll put it in.
Okay, you put it in.
There we go.
Oh, there's a what? There's an ant with a big booty.
An ant?
Ant with a big booty? Is it also me?
Whoa.
Yeah, so it's you.
Oh, hey, it is me.
Oh, it's me as an ant. Yeah. Queen ant. It's a
Oh,
queen
I
ant.
got a fucking cocktail.
Hell yeah! I thought you were just gonna say cock, and that was it.
Hey, I got a cock.
My mic cuts out.
Yeah, cuts out, quote unquote.
I like seeing everybody's
Also-
different colors. Yes,
Oh
what's up?
yeah, right. I tell everybody I got a new microphone coming in hopefully sometime next week.
Woohoo! Mermaid ASMR.
Which microphone did you get?
I got the HyperQuad S.
Oh, the HyperX Quad S.
Or the HyperX, yeah.
Why does this
HyperX
door look
Quad S.
fake? The door looks fake.
It's a good choice.
Yeah, a lot of people have it. So I
Yeah,
got it.
Holy
but
shit.
I got it off the
can't
website
see.
for like $20 cheaper, and I get the popping filter with it.
Nice.
Oh, run!
Oh fuck!
Oh, our loot.
That's the microphone I use.
Yeah, a lot of people. Oh, guys, I found Donald Trump.
I'm
Leave
leaving
him
the cart
behind.
here. Oh, already a clown? I hate spawning with a clown once. The voices aren't real? What do you mean the voices aren't real? The voices are real to me. Oh, I forgot to pause the music. Oh, because this is such a good song, though. I'll play it again after. Oh, oh. Run away. Find more loot and run away. Find more loot and run away. I'm gonna loot in here.
Guys, it's our president.
Go get it.
He's back.
Oh my god.
Ooh,
He tried to zap.
don't break the poop. Don't break the poop. Don't break the poop.
Oh, no. Oh.
Please. Don't break the poop. Oh, me. Oh.
Hey, mister, come. I'm gonna lead him.
Oh, Lisa. I just want the treasure. Why can't I drag it? Oops. Alright, there you go. Yep. Teamwork.
Teamwork. We might just have to go drag it to the thing.
Yeah. Go for it. Thank you for the lurk, Buster.
Thank you for the look. We got this. Wife work.
And to right,
Oh,
to the
hello.
right.
Hello.
Hello.
Just
There we
checking
go.
in on Zoe. Her controls are being funky. He's trying to
Oh.
sort that out right now.
Oh yeah, take your time. I mean, it's kind of scary out there anyway. There's a guy out
There's a big
there.
guy.
I led the big nose guy back to the room he came from.
Good job.
Oh, I like the dragon.
Right.
The dragon.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I'm gonna put this
Oh, it's
over
a
here
repo.
just in case. We need
Yeah,
a
yeah,
quick
yeah, yeah.
escape.
Escape.
Alright. Escape. Vocal stem, you got it. Hold on.
I'm the trash man.
I'm the trash. How I feel right now.
Back.
Oh, back. Go the other way. Go the way. Go in there. Oh, there's only one way to go.
Hi. Thanks for being our nightlight.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh fuck!
Oh!
Hello.
Hello. Alright, I guess I'll just.
Hi.
Hi.
Ah, thanks.
Yo.
I think.
Where's Miu?
Where's
I
Miu?
don't know.
Miu?
She wasn't dead.
She didn't die.
There's something else. Go.
Okay.
Go.
Let's go.
We got all this stuff.
Get out of here. Run out of
Yeah,
stamina.
we need more stamina.
We do.
Desperately, yes.
So, like, who died in front of my eyes? Or was
Elaine,
it
me
just
and
an item
Shims.
throwing against the wall?
Elaine and Shems died.
Me and Shims.
Hi, Mama. Thanks for
died
the
horrifically.
hello. Oh, why am I in there?
Whoa, I was gonna say. Don't worry, Zoe, that level sucked. There was a clown and he tried to eat our ass.
Yeah.
Good to know.
And not consensually.
Oh, damn.
I like when that happens.
Yeah, only consensually. Yay!
Guys, what nonprofit should I donate to?
My
Profit
nuts.
of chair fund?
Donate to a nonprofit.
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh, you
That's
should
not the
find one
button.
for your heart condition.
Yeah, baseball bat. The Momo nonprofit funds, yes.
Ooh.
Stamina.
Exploding pumpkin.
Oh,
List.
thank you,
Stamina.
Mooney, for the share on the throne.
The fuck is this? Rainbow
Strength
lucky block.
upgrade.
What?
Sprint stamina.
The heck?
4K, 4K, 3K.
Oh.
Ah!
Oh shit, this thing actually works? Fuck.
Bomb. That's terrible.
What the fuck
I
you
did
mean
not
it actually
realize-
works?
I
It's a
didn't realize this gun
gun!
fired
It's a
actual
gun!
Oh,
Ah.
shit.
What do you mean it's a gun?
My bad.
Shoots a gun. Oh my god, it killed someone. Uh-oh. Oh, someone might have to host this. I'm confused because Discord is fine.
Oh, I think you're
I
back.
will be right. Oh,
I think
hello?
you're back on stream now, Elaine.
hello? Oops, I didn't mean to do this.
Oh, yeah, you're
Uh-oh.
back. You're back.
I made an oopsie. Okay. Okay. Alright, don't know what that was about. Maybe just a blip in the internet. My bad.
It's okay, Mushy. Caps are always exciting.
I gotta wait. for
Good
this.
streams always have a little bit of scuff in them.
Yeah.
Yep. Load save. Okay, yep,
I'm no
load save.
stranger to that.
We're no strangers to love.
For once, I actually didn't need to restart anything to be able to play.
Fuck yeah. It's probably because you just did art before this, yeah?
Yeah, I just did art today.
Invite me. Invite Shams.
I got a snack out.
Invite Zoe. Where's Zoe? Zoe offline?
I don't know. She should still be on.
Alright, I'm gonna mute Discord again.
Zoe. There you go.
Oh, you know what? I just realized there's probably an echo. I gotta mute Discord on my stream.
Oh.
Well, once you turn it down, it doesn't matter because I can't hear it. I think. I'm pretty sure.
Ah, okay.
Every time I hear about Repo, I
Oh,
can
yeah,
only
you're right.
think of
It's not
Repo
even popping up on
the
there. Okay, we're good.
genetic opera. What's a genetic opera?
Every time I hear about Repo, I can only think about Repo, the genetic opera. Haven't heard that name in a while.
I don't know what that name is.
It
But
keeps
it
showing
sounds
up
cool.
on my recommended in Amazon. I'm like, Amazon Prime.
Weird.
It's like a weird musical.
Mm.
Oh, there's Zoe.
Alright. I'm about ready.
Hello.
I'm
welcome
about
back.
ready.
Sorry, it's a little slower for me to join, but I'm in. Thanks for
Awesome.
invite that.
Sorry about that. My internet decided to die, I think.
That's alright.
Oh, good.
Paris
Terribly
Hilton.
amazing film with Paris Hilton in it. It's so I didn't realize she was actually in it. I've never seen it.
Wait! We have no upgrades. They put us in level 2 with no upgrades.
Alright,
Wait,
we got
Paris
this. We
Hilton's
got this. It's
level?
fine. It's fine.
Okay.
We send
What
it.
the fuck is some bullshit?
We send it.
Put that pumpkin in there.
Oh! Oh, I'm
Not
so
the
sorry.
pumpkin.
I'm sorry. I meant to crouch, but I accidentally hit the sprint button. Someone
wonder
should
if we
clip
still
me
have left-
full on just ram and go.
Hey yo, in 4K on Twitch? Or it's 2K?
Elaine,
Huh.
I found more teeth for
Huh.
you.
I don't need more teeth. I have plenty of teeth.
No, Elaine. Oh!
Oh!
Hey, get back.
Oh, the teeth are violent.
Pokeball.
Okay, he's good.
Hello? Oh, it's you.
Oh, and a
When you
Pokeball.
were small, I thought you were a creature, and it spooked me. I found a crown. Oh, my nose itches. Ah! Okay. There we go. Oh.
Elaine, look, I got you.
Oh!
I got you more teeth. Look. They're in there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I broke my crown on your forehead. Oh, shit! I found whatever this is. It's heavy as fuck. I think it's stuck.
Oh, I have a controller. Whoa, wait, is this a PS2 controller? This is a PS2 controller.
Oh, it's the fucking mean
Oh.
face.
Your controls are inverted when you touch it.
He's not coming out. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
He was stuck.
Pokeball. There's a lot of
He
Pokeballs.
was stuck.
Oh
Whoa.
my god, this candelabra's fucking heavy.
Lift with your legs, not your back. Your legs.
But I want
See, there you
to
go.
pull my back out.
What?
Throw that back out by
What?
throwing that ass.
What? Oh. There you
What is
go.
this?
What's that? What is that? That's Sonic?
Oh no. It's like a
That
Sonic
Sonic?
checkpoint.
Oh.
It's got
Door,
like
and the gnomes were just kind of sitting just barely out of sight.
There's a real fridge.
Concerned about that, that
I don't think it has anything in it.
I just heard.
Yeah.
I'll bring the cart. We left the cart behind. Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, head, there's a head.
Oh!
Run. Big head.
I mean, we could probably beat him up. If all of us did it.
Hey!
Be attacked by Joe Biden.
Oh no.
Thank you.
There's a Pokeball in here.
Is that
I
Pokeball?
tried to save you, but he really wanted to eat you.
No, it's okay. I understand. My delicious cow meats.
He was so hungry.
That's a big old thing.
Big old kitty.
Big
It doesn't fit
old
through the
thing.
door.
No, the gnome's behind you. No.
Ooh!
Okay.
You saved me.
Alright, I'm gonna try to take this stuff to the first extreme.
Big
And then
old
I'll
kitty
bring
don't
it
fit through the door too well. Oh, good job.
Oh, there you go.
Bite. Bite. Oh my god, no.
Oh,
Ow,
shit, my bad.
Why would you do that?
Put that
That was
spoon down.
entirely on accident.
I
bad.
kind of don't. I don't believe you.
You shot
Earlier,
me.
you shot me with a gun. You shot me with a gun. You're like, wow, guns shoot
kill you.
people.
I didn't kill
Guns
you.
kill
I
people.
didn't kill you, the bullet did. I didn't do anything.
Oh, really? Really
Oh,
now?
sorry.
I can't see anything.
Okay, well. At least you didn't shoot me with a gun and then say, wow, guns shoot people.
Whoa.
You're there. Good job.
It's almost
gonna
2
unload
a.m.
the
Bye,
car.
me and your friends. Enjoy refill. Bye, Frank and Bat. Thank you for being here.
Goodbye, Frankenbat.
Pumpkin.
unload this stuff. And candelabra is very heavy.
Oh, a whale.
I just realized I was just like watching you guys do that. I was like, wait, why am I not helping?
I did the same
Okay.
thing.
It's kind of a mesmerizing thing, to be honest. Alright, come on. Time to go to school.
Oh, should
if
I
you
go
want
ahead and
to.
send this one?
Yeah, we can send that one. I mean, then we should wait here with the cart so we can carry the money.
Shouldn't we just push the cart in there?
We should have, but it's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm gonna move the baby. I want baby to get squished.
No, baby. I was laying sick the nicknames on Ghost today too. I was just like, little baby.
Little baby.
Down I go.
Alright, let's go.
Can
Ooh, the
we
next
get
one's already open.
McDonald's?
Sure, because Mom's wants McDonald's, because Mom's is sad and Mom doesn't want to cook food.
McDingus.
I got my music. Takedown is so loud.
Make dingle these nuts.
Are you ready
Make dingle dangle.
I wonder if Liv's always okay. And
Just trying to
Shems.
sort out the controls. It's the
Oh,
he's
still?
using, the rogue ally, and it's a bit funny with certain games. Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's just not working properly. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do about
It's
that.
valid, Mr. Krabs.
It's like I don't know if this game is like entirely like controller supported. It's like weird.
It is controller supported, but probably not like third-party ones.
Yeah, because with the handheld, it's like you can play it like it's a PC or like with like a console. So when you try to put it in controller mode, it might not recognize it properly.
Yeah, you might also, if it wasn't like started with the controller, like the game wasn't started with the controller plugged in, it might not like it.
Oh, maybe that could work if like you reboot the game in controller mode. Actually, let me. How about that?
Okay, go back to the spawn.
You tried.
Is that everything?
Yeah,
Okay.
What?
Huh?
You trying to abuse me?
No.
Rude.
This is lies.
Hello,
I'm being
Mr.
slandered.
Gnome. Hello, Mr. Gnome. He doesn't make the gnome noises.
Can you?
I'm a gnome. Oh, now they do. Oh, fuck! Oh, God! No, please.
Oh, fuck!
Oh my god.
Shit.
Oh.
Hey there, buddy.
Don't provoke
Go,
him.
go, go.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm making a run for it. I'm out of your fucking guy.
You. I will help you in like 10 seconds, okay? You could like bounce to me, that would be poggin. Oh, son of a bitch! I didn't even see it.
Oh, okay, is that as far as I can go? I can't go far from my death point.
Yeah, yep. Oh, Ghost is here though. Let's go.
What?
Woo!
We made it!
Don't leave without us!
Like, use the controller.
What do you mean it has a
like,
gun?
Like, you know, like
I don't know how to
like an
control the
Xbox
gun.
controller, you know, maybe.
I died.
Leave and come back because I have
Okay.
it kind of functional, but I have to keep switching the game mode between desktop and quad.
Oh, I see.
I can look around in one mode with the right analog stick, and I can move around with the arrows in the gamepad mode. And that's
Oh.
not really playable.
That,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna try restarting it, see if that.
Yeah.
Sounds
try
good. This
like
is a
that.
perfect time for it too. Oh god, get
Yeah.
out of here!
We can go. Why haven't we left? Oh yeah.
I hit the thing, don't worry.
Okay.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that Zoe stuff got a bit sorted out. Alright, we have 51k. Time to go shopping. Alright, we need stamina.
Gold-plated Desert Eagle. Oh my god.
Stop!
Okay.
Stop! Stop!
Jesus.
Stop!
Oh, no.
Okay, I think Zoe's gonna reboot the game to try and get the controller mode to work in handheld.
Sounds good.
I've got a sword. I'm trained in the way of the blade.
Stop! Stop it.
It's like in his ear.
Alright, let's see. Who put a nuke in the cart? We don't have enough money for this nuke.
Help me, Elaine. Let me go.
I got you. I got you. Stop! Stop!
It's a healing gun.
Oh, is it the healing? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let go.
I let go. I let go.
Ghost, 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 ghost. Ghost, 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 come here. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Run. Ah! Oh my god.
There you go. There you go.
I'm stuck.
5k. 3k, 5k, 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 5k. Get this one. And then...
Nobody revive this motherfucker. He's going in the van.
Iowa.
He's going in the van.
I know Zoe will want an indestructible drone. And we should probably get at least one weapon. 26k? Holy shit.
Oh.
Do we have enough for
that's
that? We don't
that's
have enough for that.
Elaine told me to kill him.
I didn't tell her. I gave her a gun and said good luck.
Elaine enabled me.
I am an enabler.
Oh. Oh my god.
Is there anything else that we want? We got a good amount of upgrades.
Oh, no, no way, I
sure.
just did that.
Do we need a weapon of any kind?
I was thinking so. We can find a weapon that costs less than, or is 10k or less. Ah!
Oh my.
Son of a!
Oh my, I'm so sorry! I'm
Oh,
so
it was
sorry.
you? Oh, it's
Yeah,
fine.
me.
I thought it was
I'm so
Shems.
sorry.
I thought it was Shems.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, it's okay.
I
It's
thought
fine.
it was Shems. Do we
What
see
are they
any
doing?
weapons for 10k?
No, I don't think so.
What the fuck? There's a golden AK-47. What the fuck?
What is happening back here?
Oh, are you trying to kill me?
He killed me. I'm trying to be nice and he killed me.
Oh my god.
Did you just set the nuke off?
Yeah, I'm gonna go hide in the truck.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay, we're good.
Is that it?
Okay. Everyone's
Oh,
okay.
they're both
Alright.
dead now.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Yeah, let's go. Let's get their heads on
We're
the thing.
all
Let's
in
go.
this together. Dun-dun. I got this head. You can go get Ghost if you want.
Ghost is right here.
Oh, okay, cool. Alright. And I did get a mod that, because like some people like disconnect and rejoin, I don't know if you guys can still hear me, that will make it so
Yeah.
people, no matter when they
Yeah.
join, will get the shared upgrades. So Zoe should still
Yeah.
get these
That's good.
upgrades.
Alright.
Oh, we should invite her back.
Yeah, Zoe should be able to join back now.
Okay, so
Wait,
we have the upgrades,
wait.
yeah?
Yeah,
Wait.
wait, just in case, just wait, I don't know if the mod works, wait.
I want to
Okay, I
use this
used one of them. I used
That's
Sabrina's
that's
one, so we can test if
that's
it works
fine.
when she
Yeah,
restarts.
we can test. Yeah. That's actually really smart. Good idea. Wow, you're so smart, Ghost. Wow.
Thank you. I know, I have a
Wow.
really big brain. It's really big.
Oh my
It's
god.
really
Oh my
smooth,
god.
but it's really big.
I mean, that makes up
Did
for
you
it,
guys
right?
know she
Well, it's
has
only
an
smooth because it has to
80,000
press up
score
against your
on,
skull, and your
Black
skull is smooth.
It's
That's the
because
only
I
real
sanded
reason.
it down.
Oh, well, that's kind of on you then.
Yeah, well, I wanted it to be smooth,
Mm-hmm.
so I sanded it down.
Your ass is sticking out of the car.
Yeah, it's aerodynamic.
Did Zoe get my invite?
I'm not sure. I invited her as well. Oh,
Okay.
there she is.
Zoe!
I like that Zoe's a pirate.
Does the mic thing... Oh, hello, can you hear us?
Yay!
Hello.
She might not be able to hear us, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, don't
Right.
upgrade yet, don't upgrade yet, don't upgrade yet! Don't touch
Well,
me.
we can't talk to her, so it's fine. It's fine. We'll just do it. Eat your cereals. Eat your cereals. At the least, they'll get what we just got.
Yeah.
Oh, you just knocked yourself out with that.
I
really wanted that
cradle her
cereal
like a
again.
baby.
Goodbye,
My
baby.
cereal.
Oh, I think I might have
Oh my
missed
God!
the kiss that movie. Oh no, I didn't. Never mind.
Okay.
Okay, wait. This is a new map that I modded in, or I didn't mod it, but there's a new one. This is new. This is different. Also, Zoe, how many upgrades do you have? Could you read us your upgrades, please?
I don't have upgrades.
Well, I got a mod that might
Do tab
might
and
fix
it pulls
that
up your
problem.
map and it'll say upgrades on the side.
Yeah. Or open your
Find the
map.
button that pulls up your map. Yeah.
Map. Whatever your map button is, because I know you're on
Yeah,
controller.
yeah.
Also, I think Shrim's left.
Ghost, by the way, I added a new redeem because of you.
Let me go
Oh wait, another way we can check. Zoe, how much stamina do you have in the top left of your screen?
Okay, I do have upgrades. Okay, 3 stamina, 1 speed, 2 strength, and 1 range.
Oh, it's the exact
perfect.
same as
Woo! The
us,
mod
yeah.
worked. Hoggin.
Yeah, awesome.
So, did the controller thing work then, or...?
Nope.
PC it.
That's okay.
No. Oh.
Then
That's
the
alright.
kiss! Ah!
Yeah.
Are you able
I
to
added
play
this
with, like,
in
a
the kiss
extra keyboard?
redeem. And then you can type
don't
it
have
out,
one.
and the little robot will read it out, and I can send a kiss to whoever sent it.
I don't know if you could plug a keyboard into that handheld.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, you're upside down.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like
hold
a
on.
Steam
I gotta help
Deck.
Stems, hold on.
So,
Mmm.
Hmm.
Mmm.
I don't like the sound of that.
I can't
Oh,
No, no, guys.
some kind of
Put
play.
it in the, put it in
Oh,
the,
yeah,
put it
gets
in the
yeah,
thing.
too difficult, though I
Shems,
can just, dip out and watch.
Stop being a man, Shems.
I know I wanted to play.
mm,
I can use the arrow keys to look around. It's just like not look around and move at the same time. That's a little frustrating.
That's
That's
you're
okay.
is it possible to like change the keybind so it's like one
I've
together?
been trying to.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't have a controller mode. At least it doesn't seem compatible with the device I'm using. So I have to. I tried, but I can't move and look around for some. Unless I
That's
change
weird.
the mode that I'm playing on.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't worry about me. I'll figure.
All right. Well, if you come up with anything, let me know. We'll be here.
Okay.
Oh no, Zoe. No.
oh, is there something out
No.
there?
Do you not see that? Do you not see that thing?
What thing?
Thing.
There's a.
Oh,
It's coming for me. Oh,
Do you have a modded creature in here?
we all should have it, but I don't know if it's like a one per person thing kind of thing for one of these. Kind of just
Oh.
following me. It's like
Oh,
a
it's
voodoo
following
doll.
you?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay. I hear screaming. What's happening? Hello?
Watch out,
You
watch out,
okay?
watch out. Scissors is
Somebody
here.
died.
My wife.
Ugh.
Oh, she's stuck!
Yeah, she killed me. Got stuck.
Oh,
in
we
there, I
could
think.
pick her up and well, come on, everyone, pick her up, beat her up. Come on, take her lunch break. Come on. Up, down, up, down. Is she stuck? Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, did we not
Yeah,
have
get
the
her,
over...
guys.
Huh?
Wasn't the overcharge thing supposed to be in this, or is that been removed?
I don't know.
Like the thing where like,
Maybe-
if you try to pick up stuff, it will like hurt you if you tried like to carry.
Maybe
things,
they took that
heavy
out.
things. Yeah, I was just saying. I thought that was.
Yay!
Woo!
Woo!
Good job. Good job. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the overcharge, that thing is still there. Do you guys not see him?
No.
Do you see him?
No.
Mew, do you see?
Can I attack
I
it?
wonder what
Nobody.
happens if I touch him. What happens if I die? Here, Mew, take the cart. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Like, where is it standing?
What
Can I like
happens?
attack it?
Ah!
Shit.
Oh! Oh!
Got it. What the fuck?
So I just died. That was the result of that? Okay. Okay. Okay, very cool. Very good to know. We can have stalkers that'll come to kill you and no one can see them but you.
Awesome.
That's fun.
Ooh, there's a golden
I've only
rhinoceros.
played one Legend of Zelda. It was the original. Because I'm old.
Gonna take this back to spawn. This is a big guy.
Oh, I accidentally killed myself.
I hope nothing comes after me.
I hate when
That would really suck.
Actually, I almost did that today.
La da da di da. Oop, wrong way. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba.
Yeah, no, that's sarcastic.
Okay,
Oh, you need
fuck
help?
you then.
I got you. Shems doesn't like lifting with his legs.
No, no, no.
Yeah, never skip arm day, guys.
You look like a chicken if you do that.
Maybe I want to look like a dinosaur.
I'm gonna go ahead and send this, and then bring the bag.
Okay, I have my mini cart. I can put it in my mini
cool.
cart. Yeah, there was like a voodoo doll that was following me, and I kept asking if people. I can't believe you guys can see it. I did add like new monsters as well. It was one of them.
Cool.
Yeah.
I like the little guy on your head.
Thank you, a little repo bot.
I got you, wife.
Thank you. Oh, I just let it go. Also, having the colored like things helps a lot because it's like you know who's grabbing it because it matches their color.
Yeah. I didn't even realize you did that.
Yeah,
I was wondering why I didn't look yellow.
No more pithing. Unless you are yellow, then I guess you'd be pithing. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I guess you go to the cart.
I'll go get the big cart.
Okay.
What the fuck?
this
There's
way!
something following me.
Yeah, would it look like a?
Follow the lane.
Does it look like a voodoo doll?
He's got like
Voodoo
pins,
doll?
like stuck in its
Yeah,
head.
don't let him touch you. Don't let him touch you. He'll kill you.
Okay, I think I know why that thing appeared.
Why?
There's like a doll you can pick up, and then your screen goes red, and then I think it appears.
I got
Oh,
it.
well, I didn't pick up no doll.
I got a glizzy.
Oh really? Oh.
Look, I got a glizzy.
Oh, there was like an item I found. It's actually in here. Look, there it is. You see the little wooden thing with like the head? That's what made the pincushion thing spawn.
Huh. Maybe he'll go away for you once we turn it in or something?
Oh, it's leave me alone.
Don't let him touch you! Here, I can help. There you go.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. This map looked pretty, so I added it.
It is pretty. I like it.
Oh.
Oh!
What the fuck did you guys do?
Nothing,
hot
nothing,
dog, it's
nothing,
fine.
nothing. No, it was nothing.
It was just a hot dog. I was just hungry. That's all.
Leave me alone, pincushion man.
Oh, child! Child.
Child?
Excuse me, child. I'd like to like come by.
As long as you don't look at him, you can touch him and stuff. Just as long as you don't look at him.
Rabbit?
Yeah, I mean you can if you want.
There's a child watching me.
Oh. Hello.
Hello.
Some pretty. I don't want to say it. Never mind. I won't jinx it.
Hey, by the way, I love you both.
Oh, I love you too. I love you both. I love you both.
Hey. I'm in a sappy mood.
Ghost, look at this. Look at how big this shovel is. You could do some damage to Shems with that, you know? You might like it though. Maybe not.
Give me. I hope he doesn't.
I don't know. Dude's a little freaky. Oh. Should we turn this in? I love you, Gigi.
I love you.
Right.
Everyone's alive.
Oh,
Yeah.
we were talking about you. Guys, he's here now.
Shems, I got a question for you.
I'm now.
How would you feel about this being shoved up your ass?
Flower.
I'd be elated.
I need water.
Ah,
Give me the
unfortunate.
water.
oh shit, we gotta go. We gotta go, guys. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Gotta go.
Ah, Mrs. Scissors is here.
Nuh-uh.
Lesbian, no.
Oh my god, the video that was still chasing me.
Yeah, I don't want
Following
to touch
me
ya.
slowly.
I want to touch ya. Okay, bitch, calm down. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Ah!
No!
I was trying to make sure
Oh my
that.
god.
Eh. I'm tied to the cart.
I didn't have the stamina to run.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Zoe.
It's okay. I finally figured out my controls to be playable. There's some things
Oh, that's so
I can't do.
good.
But it's mostly like the chat stuff. But that's why I don't need to use the text chat.
They leave us behind.
Sorry, I didn't have a lot of time to like test out. Like when you had invited us, I was like, "Yay!" But I didn't really like have. I hadn't tried the game out on the handheld yet at that point, so
Zoe,
I didn't know it was gonna take a bit of time to set up the controls.
Yeah, no, that's
Hey,
valid.
I got you. Park, wait, hold on, let me put Park.
Oh!
What the fuck just happened?
Oh, because they were inside.
Oh shit, oh shit.
Oh!
Come on, Elaine, hold on.
Oh!
Watch out, watch out.
Precious guys still.
She's like completely side. I have to take her with the cart.
Okay. I got you, Elaine. I'm gonna carry you just so we don't get killed again.
Your wife is like tied to the cart. I have to carry her princess style.
Oh god, oh. Fuck.
Yay.
Hit the button, hit the button, hit the button, hit the button!
Ah!
Oh fuck.
Oh!
Damn.
Damn, bad timing for Kazuya.
I died
I'll
at
be
the
back
very
in a
last
second.
second.
Mm-hmm.
I died.
We did. Thank you
It's
for
okay
that.
though, we all made it. Good job.
Yeah.
I need a med kit.
I'm just happy I can look around and move. This feels so good.
Yay. Can you pick up stuff?
Oh yeah, I need to practice.
Gobi!
Alright, that's this button.
Ow.
No!
Oh, no!
Gobi. No, go away from Gobi.
Alright.
I was just getting you
What's
away
the
from them.
use button though?
Oh,
That's the
thingy.
thing.
I probably should
know.
move
Is this
before
a-
you
what
shoot
is
that at me.
this?
I'm just trying to find what button. You know?
Sorry.
Me.
I'm not pointing at
Sorry,
you. I'm just holding it, you know? I'm not shooting it.
Look, I got a golden eagle.
A golden one? There's also a golden egg. Oh my god, please. Ah!
I'm on 1 HP already. What do you want from me?
I'm just teasing. I'm not gonna shoot you.
I have this for you.
Okay.
Never mind! Ow, you hit me with it!
This
Sorry.
more stamina.
I have this for you.
Okay.
Huh?
For you, because
Yeah,
you know
you
you
fix
gay and
something.
shit.
Oh, thank you.
For you, cause you
Some
gay
gay
and
shit.
shit is fucking crazy. Ah! Son of a bitch!
You gotta sit
Oh.
over here.
I'm so sorry. There you go.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey, just
I shouldn't
letting
have
you know,
weapons
gun.
anymore.
It's okay. It's all right. You know, just guns kill people. You know.
Yeah. I, if anybody, should know that.
Oh.
I want to pump us full of more strength. Then we have stamina. His sprint speed, even more stamina. 4K stamina.
Oh, what is that?
A bridge.
Oh.
That's 8K. This is 6K though.
I don't know how to close it.
Okay. Oh, the bridge!
It's getting longer.
It's getting longer.
Do we want the ultraviolet blaster or what weapon do we want? We have a lot of money for. Oh god, lord.
It's getting longer.
You like lift it so it can go all the way into the truck?
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, we needed to go into the back and the truck.
Okay.
Extend.
Oh, perfect.
Extend.
I think that's as long as it goes, maybe.
Yeah. It's like a seesaw! A seesaw.
Okay, so let's go get on the other side.
Cool.
Right.
I like this item.
Seesaw.
It's not working like a seesaw. It's making me upset. Oh!
No. Oh.
Alright, what weapons do we want? Also, where's Shems? Where did Shems go?
Okay, I got my use button to work. Yay!
Hey, buddy.
Right.
Hey, man. You can go.
No!
He got to be included in the weapon process.
I know you killed me, Ghost.
I know what you're talking about!
In an unprovoked attack.
It's kind of weird that I still fall in the zero gravity orb.
I'm flying.
This one, I think, is less expensive
You're
than
crazy
the
right now. You're acting,
Fortune Healing.
crazy right now.
Let's do this one.
Holy shit.
And then, is there a healing gun in here?
Look what
Okay,
you
now I
done.
can do this one. Oh, that's not. What the fuck?
Fucking
45K?
hell.
What the fuck? It's so expensive. Is there another healing gun over here? Maybe that's less expensive? I don't think so. Medkits are
I'm
pretty
sorry.
good though.
Wait, hold on, I gotta
Medkit.
revive. Wait. Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
He's over
I can't
here.
see anything. Revive him. I gotta apologize.
And then we can do that.
Okay, I think I only fall because it
Can we
bounced
do
off
one
the
more
ceiling.
weapon maybe?
Where? Oh.
Wait, we can do
I'm sorry.
it.
Oh.
Where is the indestructible drone? Do a recharge drone.
Welcome
Maybe we
back.
can do the thingy.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shoot you.
It's okay.
Fuck off.
You actually gave me more HP for killing me.
Yeah.
See, I'm so
I was on 1
Alright.
HP and Resimi got me back
You
to
want that?
20.
You want that? Do you want this?
No. I was trying to attach it to you. I'm trying to practice using the
Can
new
you
get
get off?
Oh,
my
gotcha.
ass?
Master of the sword.
Can you
It's
get
not
Got-
off my
it's
ass?
just with the other drone.
Baby, don't shoot me.
Okay, I think
I know my ass is fat, but get off!
Oh yes, but for some reason it also makes you crouch, so that's not correct.
A true knife.
There we
wait,
go.
wait, hold on, hold on.
Alright,
hold
I
on.
learned how to use the drone. Good, that's
This is a Roblox.
That's
enough
good.
function for me.
Yeah, there's a
We
Roblox
got
paintball
weapons,
gun
we got
somewhere.
health, we got
I'm
everything.
just glad that you're able to actually play, even though it's
Me too.
Having
I was
to-
sad when it wasn't working at first. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, it said it was. I thought it was controller compatible. It just is a little
It's just
complicated to
very
make that work.
awkward.
A whole new
Yeah.
world.
I got it though.
Oh
At
shit.
least this is a game I know how to play, so once I know what buttons do what, it'll come back to me pretty easy.
Yeah.
That's what I said when I first saw it.
I
I
like
don't know what it
this.
does. It looks cool.
I'm buying this.
Oh,
I
I
don't
win.
think we can.
I always win.
Or can we?
I need a corpse to sell.
No, we can't.
I fell.
Wait, what?
Oh, you're a dragon.
oh
I
no.
fell.
Oh no, I got you.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
But it,
Jim,
I was
sell
gonna
your
tell-
it's not mine.
You guys almost shot me, you! We're leaving.
Asking.
We're leaving. Oh,
Come back here.
you doing
Hello?
okay? You doing
Yeah, yeah.
okay?
Yeah, I just haven't eaten anything yet that I...
Mew!
Oh, do you need a break to go eat something?
I was defending myself.
I would have to, make people actually... That would...
Oh, understandable.
Yeah.
Well, if you need to,
that's
like, pause it
right. The
all
update-
for
the
food,
update
you
removed
totally
the
can.
fucking
Yeah, I'm just
Happy
gonna end
Meals.
stream early today, that's all.
We can't do Happy Meals anymore, can we?
Huh?
What?
We can't do the Happy Meal thing anymore, can we?
Nope.
Oh.
That's why I got us a med pack. Who has the least amount of health?
I have 1 HP.
Oh, I did
Right
buy
here.
a potion. Unless someone took it off.
Yeah, no, the potion's right here.
Yeah,
But
so
the
that'll
med pack can also help.
Wait. Okay,
Okay.
I'm healed up.
I'm not low enough
What?
right yet, so I'll leave it here. But if someone else
Oh.
needs it, I don't mind if you take the healing
Okay.
potion.
You should heal. We should share the healing. Share the healing,
good.
Kazuya. I think Shems needs a bit. I'm
I don't
over
need
half.
none, I got 80.
Alright, there
Okay,
you
I'm
go.
good.
Alright.
I'm healthy.
Shems, if you need
Good
the help,
job.
why don't you drink the potion?
No,
Oh, yeah,
no,
if you want more
doing
health.
Good.
He's a crusader.
I play too much DBD. I know how to avoid monsters.
Wow.
Oh my god, I'm so.
Alright.
I wonder.
Don't
does
forget to
the-
take-
Actually, I don't know if I want to test that. I don't know if the recharge during gun glitch works anymore either.
Yeah, I don't either. You could just use it until it runs out, and then we could just test it then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone want the gun, or can I take it?
You can have it.
I trust
you got a
you,
little
Dane.
car.
I don't trust Shems with it.
Fuck
Shems is gonna
yeah.
shoot all of us with it, so.
Yeah, I'll take the recharge drone with me just in case the glitch still
Yeah,
works, and then
yeah.
I'll spend the gun on like monsters, and then when I run out of ammo, I'll try.
Smart. Alright, I'm gonna head out, Miyu.
Okay. I'm in.
You sure you're feeling alright?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm just I already warned my viewers that today's gonna be small stream.
I understand, but I gotta put the gold tooth away. You have a head pet, Rainer. Gold tooth. I found a gold tooth. Oh, we don't have double jump. Next upgrade, I'll get us double jump.
There's a big
Look,
object
look,
over
look,
here.
look.
Oh!
Yeah,
Honestly, it reminds me of like the double-ended like dildo things.
I'm right.
Right? Exactly.
What?
No!
What?
I'm riding
Whoa.
my giant wiener.
If you
like this in a certain store before called the American Dream.
if you stood behind it, it would look like a giant, like your giant wiener. Like this is your wiener coming out of you. Hey, there you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lady.
Wow.
You're that big.
Kazuya and the Magnum Dong. There's a big thing over here.
Not a lot of people can handle this giant wiener.
It's over here. Is this a garlic? Ah, son of a bitch. Ah, don't know. Open door, POV. I'm at your door. Open door. Hi, Moa.
Oh shit! Why?
How was your
you
stream?
Oh
Did you have
my
a good
God.
time? Hi. I don't know why my wave thing didn't go off.
Why did it do
Hold on,
that?
let me do it. Let me do it.
Oh, we have a gun?
Got it.
Fuck yeah.
Hello.
Come up.
Wait, hold on. Hello. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream?
It is.
Why does Shems have a wig?
Glitch, if anything.
Shems and Ghost are both wearing wigs. They're both cosplaying as Miyu right now, and I am too. I stole her crown.
Shit,
I'm also dead. But how was your stream? Did you have a good time? What were you up to? Did you use like art and stuff? Sorry, I'm trying to wait, but I tab back in and it won't let me wait.
Oh, there you go.
Hi. How was your
Nice.
stream? Did you have a
I
good
think
one?
I'm trying to do the glitch.
Stream was good. I'm glad. Thanks so much for the raid. I was arting. Oh, you were doing your beautiful arting. That's understandable.
Child.
Oh, that did
Hey,
not
me,
do
thank
it.
you for the follow. Got so many derails.
Hello.
No.
That's understandable. That's us like most of the time here, to be honest. But I had fun. I'm glad. Well, I hope I can keep you guys entertained. If you need to go raid and rest, feel free to. I got ass fucked by a clown.
Okay, I
Oh.
can
Killed him and
confirm
I
that
killed
the
That's a Momo.
we
got a
recharge
Momo.
Oh.
drone, the recharge
Yeah, we got a
drone glitch
Momo,
doesn't
right?
work anymore, so I can't.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I'm getting some noms. Get some really good noms. Enjoy your noms. Thank you again so much for the raid. For those of you who are new here, hi, my name's Elaine. I do a lot of Shelly shenanigans and a lot of co-working here. Oh, there's bombas. No! These sons of a bitches. I broke my item.
Good job.
God damn it. There's a big poop here.
Damn, I'm so skilled.
There's a... Why are there so many big items? I can't carry big items.
I threw one into another one.
I recharged my gun.
Meant to do that.
Holy shit.
Let's go.
Literally.
The golden stinky.
Whoa, guys.
Uh-oh,
this
stink.
is
Oh,
pretty.
what's happening?
Whoa,
What's
hey.
happening? What's happening? The gumballs. I can still carry this though. Bargain. Drag it along. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, big poo. Wait, did we turn in the first one already? Aw, poo. Where's this one supposed to go then?
Which way to go?
Okay, well, I'll just leave him there. Where's the next, extracty pointy? There's a little plane. Ooh. I found the next extractor point. Extra. I gotta go get the golden shit. Hello, Zodi. Where'd the big poo poo go?
Okay.
Money. Whoa! Whoa! What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? I think I fucked up. Hi. I don't really, I don't think you can, because the more you touch it, the bigger it gets.
Oh wait, pull it over to this. Pull. Ugh. Oh, what the fuck? Haha. Get zooped. Get zooped.
Hi, Mew.
Hi, hold on, I gotta take this.
Hi, yeah, sorry about this. Hey, where's that gun? Kazuya, can you shoot this thing, please? Can you shoot this thing? I don't...
Oh, is this what's making that sound?
Yeah, the more you touch it, the bigger it gets, and it gains money when you touch it.
Wait,
Well, it's
really?
losing money because it's getting damaged.
Not... Yeah, keep doing that.
That's wild.
Oh, it is? Wait. No, it's not.
Yep, okay, well now it's free. Alright, it's free now, it's free now.
Okay, now.
Let it go. Just let it be.
Gumball, heads up.
Oh.
Okay,
I'm trying to bring this over to the cart, but now I can't. There you go.
get it, go.
Move, drag it over here.
I'll break this motherfucking thing.
Break it, yeah, let's break it.
I'm breaking it.
Fuck this thing.
Code.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, it's over.
My disc.
Ooh.
Okay, can we all agree that next time we see the item, we get the cart next to it when we need to move it?
Yeah. I didn't know that it did that. Hi, Mew.
Yeah.
Yay.
That's a big disc.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, it is.
That is not
Yo, good
fitting
luck
in
with
the
that,
cart.
guys.
That shouldn't have been in the cart. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm gonna go find the next extract. No. Said no. Said no. Leave me alone. This is where we came from. We go this way then. Yeah, it's gonna be this way. Looks like it gets bigger the more value it loses. It was more like, I don't know. I think it was getting bigger the more we touched it. So if we didn't touch it, I'm going the wrong way again. I think it is this way. Meow. think it's this one. Yep. Yep.
This way.
Hello.
Hello.
I'll come back.
Okay, got it. Then I will help you.
I gotcha.
You can also have the map up while you're carrying something, beach dubs.
I cannot.
Yeah.
With my current control system, I cannot.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
I played this game
Zoe's
before, but
controls are spawned.
It's much better on PC.
Yep.
Yeah, I looked at the map and then I was like, okay, I know where to go now.
Disc.
Ooh. Disc.
There we go. Alright. Yeah, good job, team.
And the colors on this way.
Oh, except for when you jumped on it and I lost 1k.
That's alright. We got so much money coming.
Disc.
Stand up. Okay, there we go. Like, rotate it. There we go. It'll fit.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Alright, we can probably head back then.
Fit. Alright.
I love the mod that adds the button.
Can't go.
We can't tell it with me when they're priceless.
Oh, thank you.
We gotta go to the left. I think.
Thank you.
Up here. Yep, and then to the right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then around.
Bless you.
Yeah, bless ya. Hello. Hello.
Yay, we made it.
Is this
Good
everyone?
job, everybody.
Wait.
Yippee.
Hang on, hang on.
What?
Wait.
Oh,
okay,
okay, no,
everybody's
this
here.
is
Alright, we're
everyone.
good.
Hey, little guys.
No.
The little tiny squeak.
Keyblade.
We need another.
Now the
jump.
question is... Yeah,
I'm so
another
fast.
jump, yeah, let me...
Ow.
Extra
Or a
jump.
tumble one.
Javel's knife.
Extra jump.
Extra jump.
Yeah.
Shams, I'm trying to actually help.
Extra jump. You think 4 extra jumps will be good enough? Maybe we can find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's one more. There you go.
Oh, wait, I have an idea.
Let me do...
Where's the, Oh, there it is.
No.
Come here.
No.
I just want to play.
Oh my god,
So
monster
this
energy.
trip.
Hell yeah.
I think we might be good.
Wait, so,
I don't think we
someone
need
put me up here. Ow!
Oh.
Put me
Oh.
up there. I wanna
Yeah,
go up.
yeah, big baby.
I'm just hitting on my husband.
Son of a bitch, who did that? Who did that?
I'm trying to get up the thing.
Okay,
Really
hold
high
on.
up.
Fucking please.
There you go.
Thank you.
PNG sketch that I've drawn already for
Sukaya VT, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Gems, did you do that? Did you do that grenade, buddy? Did ya? You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
How sure are ya?
I'm pretty
That's
sure.
not gonna do shit. Oh shit. Okay.
Oh my
There you go.
god.
I was killed in an
Oh,
unprovoked
why?
attack.
Howdy. Unprovoked. I know what you did.
I didn't do shit.
Yeah, alright. Alright.
Shit.
Do we want another gun?
Shit.
Oh.
I don't know if we can afford
Everyone
another
okay?
gun.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sherms died.
Hello.
Let me see. 21k? There was like a rainbow deagle. Do you want that? You can have that if you want.
I don't know what it
21.
does. I'm just curious about it.
17.
You can get a gun though.
Nah, it's fine. I don't.
We can.
Oh, son of a bitch! My ass.
Oh shit, that thing's violent as fuck.
Yeah.
What do you want to
Alright,
get?
I want to know. I want to get the rainbow box so we can find out what's inside of it.
Yeah. I'm so curious about it.
Alright, got no more money. Let's go.
Might adopt a what?
A My Little Pony character to redesign her into a female because I love her colors.
Hello.
Ooh. Hi.
I think we're done shopping, so I'm gonna get us out of here, alright?
Okay.
Alright. Alright, let's go, kiddos!
Woo!
Stop! Put that down. Put that down. We're not taking this. We're not taking it.
Are you
We're not taking it. We're not taking it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Damn it! I was about to off you.
Extra jump, extra jump, extra jump.
Oh my
extra
god,
jump.
that
Extra
can
jump.
with the ball on top, like with the ball. Sorry, the ball with the can on top. I thought that was a bond for a second.
That's funny.
So you wanna open? You wanna open? No, you do it. You do it. You do it.
Yay! Thank you. I don't know if I should do it in here.
Fuck it.
Kills everyone.
Fuck it. Try it.
I'm not into boxes, but okay.
Maybe you break it.
Let's see.
Oh shit!
There you go. No,
Let's
you
wait.
wanted
Is it still usable?
47, I think.
Is it still usable?
Oh, let's see. It doesn't seem to be doing anything.
Oh.
Yeah, I was done.
Well, we
It
got
was
an
the
extra
ones I
gun.
missed. Yeah,
That's
you
cool.
wanted
We
a
got a
gun
gun.
anyways. And we got
Yeah,
one
look
at
at
a
that.
pretty low price considering.
Wait, don't
that
let Shems
was
touch it. Don't let Shems touch
strong.
it. Don't let Shems touch it. Don't let Shems touch it.
I had it. I didn't kill anybody.
You
without
don't
it.
know.
Unlike some
You
people in
don't
here.
know. No. You don't know shit. You think bullets kill people.
Whoa.
Oh shit, the thing.
Oh,
Crescent Moon.
what is that? Chuck healer.
Monsters are
now
now harder to
65?
knock down. No valuables. Cool.
This
Well,
is
we're
cool.
already
Is that one of the
strong.
mods?
No, so that's part of the base game. Yeah, it's part of the base game. The more you, that's like part of end game, where like the deeper you get, the more harder modifiers there are.
That's like
Nice.
isn't that like
I love Avengers.
you know, like Lethal Company, where like there's like a eclipse or something like that. Yeah, it's like that.
Just like that.
Cool. I'm gonna go get water, so I'm just gonna be baby in the cart for a second. It's
Okie
really hot over
dokie.
here on I am
No problem. Go this way.
Oh.
My bad.
Any things in here? Aw, this is the one where you have to check all the closets. Oh shit, you scared the shit out of me, dude.
I'm sorry.
I tend to do that to people, yeah.
They just come in here, fucking raw dogging it, not saying anything. Kinda fucked up. Ooh. Minecraft slime. Minecraft slime. Yippee. I have a Minecraft slime. I'm going to go bring this back. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Bloop. It's all weird and gelatiny. Bloop. I'm gonna go this way. Oh, this leads to outside. There's a loot here. Oh, Harry! Harry! Oh. Wonder which one that one is. That's a dishwasher. I don't want to carry a whole ass dishwasher. Pumpkin. Just yours. Hey, how's it going? Oh, that's so cool. That's one of the dread ducks. Hmm. I don't think I can hear that pumpkin
Oh, there's a
either.
wash king machine.
Yes.
Wash king machine.
We'll open the
Excuse me,
door.
ducky. Excuse me, little baby. Excuse me.
I'm trying to just sit. I appreciate it, Pumpkin, if you would just sit.
It's just a baby. He's a baby. He's just...
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh shit.
Oh. Someone shot it and you were its owner. Oh, my pumpkin. Oh, my pumpkin.
Leave me be. Oh, I'm sorry.
Barry.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Hey, guys.
No, I think that's normal. Are you just up constantly?
Hi, Mew.
Hi. There's one of those boxes in the other room that's one of those like can only be up.
Yo, what's your
In that
legs?
room.
I'm gonna murder the dog.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Oh, wait, stay there.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful.
Let's go.
Who wants roast
Put this
dog
here.
tonight?
Oh. There we go. I'll bring the up box. Come on, Mr. Up box. I'm just gonna slide you through.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, alright. I'm just gonna leave that there, I think.
Brain danced on you.
Okay, alright. What is this?
SCP.
SCP? It's an SCP card. Bleep, bleep, bloop, 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 bloop,
What you got there? You
bloop.
gonna eat that?
Huh?
You know the soul? No, I wanted to eat it.
I only licked it. You can have a bite.
But now you claimed it as yours.
No, but you can have a bite. It's okay. Come on, get out.
We can share saliva.
We can share saliva.
I'll help you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's towing.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay.
The.
Oh.
Wait, no, don't, no! No! God damn it! God damn it!
It's okay, it's okay. Let's see where the next closest one is.
Meow. 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 I don't think that one was very close, to be fair. Just the first one that I found. Hello, wife.
Hello. I'm gonna put the money bag over there so we can clear out the cart.
Okay, I'll keep hold. Oh, what the fuck? I forgot that we bought. Oh!
We have many double jumps, yeah.
I'll turn around. Oh.
Fuck.
To break it?
No?
I don't believe you.
Well, you should, because I don't lie.
that laugh was not very trusting, if I'm honest with you.
I'm 100% honest 100% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ow.
Yeah, where's that item you had then?
Oh, I took it to extraction already. You don't gotta worry.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Bye guys.
Oh, we
It was
got-
nice
no, no.
knowing you. Oh shit. Oh,
You're
thank you.
welcome. There, it's dead.
Yay!
Oh,
Good
thank
shit.
you.
Good
Thank
shit.
you.
Good
Hi.
shit.
Oh, we got a big room. I got broom.
My
I got some Pepsi.
There you go.
Crystal Pepsi, no less.
Big broom.
Crazy. Wee. Is that loot down here? And down here? Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh my god, it's a gaming PC. Excuse me.
Oh my god.
I just got this Alienware PC, man. Don't break this.
Oh, it's Alienware. It's worthless.
Shut the fuck up, man. It has an alien on it. Ugh. Jesus.
The next extraction is around the corner here.
Cool. Oh no!
No!
Well, I guess you did say it was a piece of shit, huh? One hit? Hey.
Hi.
Take these things. Hey! Alright, Elaine's not touching things out of the cart anymore. Things get to stay in the cart. There's a thing here. Is it above? Ah! It's a Pokeball. Worth $200. Very expensive for a Pokeball, you might say. But this is a limited edition.
Hi. Sorry to mean to bump you if I...
It has Pikachu in it. One of the rarest breed of Pokemon there are. And that's because they are genetically modified to have a big fucking ass. Anything else? I don't think there's anything else. Oh, Pokeball. Give. This one is $1,000. This one has a thick Charizard in it.
Hmm.
I found an $1,000 Pokemon ball. I believe it is this expensive because it has thick Charizard in it.
Oh.
There you go. Go.
Yo.
Yo.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Keeps there's like something over here.
Do you want to do like one more level after this WAP? Or do you want to...
We can keep going as long as everybody's having fun.
Okay. I just want to make sure you're doing okay. Your health comes first, you know?
Yeah. Hi, Mooney.
Hello, Mooney.
Oh, not downstairs.
Go to the left.
It's like, it's just like going to work. If you don't feel good, you still gotta do it, you know?
That's valid, but also your health comes first, you know?
Yeah. That's why I'm just gonna make it a short stream today.
It's the fact that you streamed at the very least that's the important.
Yeah.
I think that's everything.
Okay.
Yeah, is that everything?
Thanks,
Oh.
Ow!
Oops, sorry. Sorry, my bad.
Myself over. By the man.
Alright, let's go.
Bye. I took a little vest, got a bald headline, flashed a hole in
all the time. Maybe next time I'll pay for each.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Alright, we're gonna go the other way.
Karaoke.
Probably saying I'm drunk, and he's thinking that he's gonna get lucky.
from me.
Oh. Okay, I walked too close to him. About.
Got you. Leave Ducky.
Son of a.
Oh, you just got fucking spawn killed.
Are you? Why does he want me?
Yeah, get in the car. Get in the.
Go, 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 go! Ducky's up.
Get me out of here.
Wait, who are we missing?
Where's Zoe?
Zoe.
No, Zoe!
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 Zoe, go!
Okay, we got everyone. Let's go!
Everyone leave you behind.
I was waiting for the husband to leave the room.
No, that's valid.
Did anyone was hearing the head?
Wait, what?
The head? The head? Huh?
Wait, what did he
Okay.
say?
Did anyone see the duck carrying one of the like bot heads on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
for some
it's
reason,
a
it's
He's a baby.
it's a special type of duck
Nice
that
little
is supposed to mimic one of us. But it's not
Oh.
mimicking us, which makes me sad.
I see. That's cool.
He's
yeah,
just
I
a
noticed that
baby.
before, but huh.
I want to be even. We gotta be stronger. I don't think we're strong enough yet.
Not that.
Mooney's gonna give us cupcakes.
Cupcakes.
I want cupcakes.
I don't get cupcakes.
Crimson.
You know why?
Peristron? Periestron? I don't know. I like it though.
You want it?
Periestron.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
I like it.
It looks like a popsicle.
I think
happening?
Shems likes that one.
I think I
What
do.
is- Oh no! No! Stop! 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 You what?
I'm not
I was about to let you have a gun too, but now that I see how reckless you are, I don't think you're allowed to have one. Stop!
No,
Stop! You can't just pick up a different gun. The fuck? What's this?
Oh.
My
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
mistake.
Ouch.
Did it freeze you? Does it hurt? Or does it just freeze you?
I don't know.
This is a freeze gun. What do you mean you don't know? I'm doing it to you.
I've got.
Oh, that looked like it hurt.
Uh,
My bad, my bad,
Oh,
my bad,
hell
my bad,
yeah.
my bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right.
Anything else that we want? We have so much money. Stop.
I found my.
You can
I found
have
my wife.
one-
I'm gonna go
you
give her
can
a
have-
nice kiss.
Stop! Stop it! Stop, 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 stop.
Why does it go through you?
No.
That's so funny.
Stop. You can have one gun. As long as you don't
One
shoot
gun?
yourself
No one
or
else
a
knows
friendly
that.
with it. You can have one gun.
I'm being penetrated by
No.
legs.
You didn't know. Rainbow pistol. Rainbow pistol. I want the rainbow. Ah.
Damn, it makes
Whoa,
your voice all
wait,
funny.
Wait, the trank gun makes
Oh,
your
does it?
voice funny? That's awesome.
Wait. Oh wait. Okay, shoot me.
Here,
Oh
do-
wow.
do-
Blah blah
I
blah
was
blah
gonna
blah
say,
blah
do it to
blah
me so
blah
Elaine
blah.
can.
Yeah, I wanna see. I wanna
Oh,
see.
yeah.
With it.
No, shoot
Yeah.
Shems. Shoot Shems.
Oh,
Oh.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nice shoot me.
Oh.
But I did request to be shot, so that's
Wait,
okay.
wait, shoot me, shoot me.
Stop!
shoot me.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh god.
Okay, you want to be shot? Stop! 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 Why you like this? Why don't you understand gun safety? Why don't you understand gun safety? Why don't you understand gun safety? Why don't you understand gun safety?
Oh, fuck. Wait,
I
wait,
decided
You
to
want
get the
it?
sword after all. I'll
Okay.
get the drone next time.
How the fuck did that happen?
I think it was spinning it while he was shooting it and he shot himself on the off chance, dude. He can
That was
get it
weird.
going here now. We'll get you. Ah!
Next
What the fuck?
anyway.
No, stay in the car. Stay. What gun was he using? Do you guys know what gun he was using? Oh,
I
that
don't
one.
know.
It's that one. It's the one Kazi is using.
Hi. Yeah.
I'm the
Stop
captain
it.
now.
Oh,
Stop
it looks
it.
like you have a big gold cock.
Thanks.
Because it it's like angled like at your rod.
Oh, there's another strength here.
Yeah,
we must become stronger. Wow.
Get flushed.
Is that all the strength ones? That's not all the strength ones. Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, one more strength. There we go. Look, where the... Get health back. Oh, okay. Alright, I think that's enough stuff. Alright. Let's go, kiddos! Time to get going.
Yeah, okay, Mom.
Time for level 7.
Wait, shoot me with the strength
What?
gun.
Okay.
Shoot me quick.
Oh.
Wait, no!
Ah! I was about to ask if this was mods or a new update, then I saw Roblox bomb. Smile. Smile. Alright, look at this. We're about to be stacked on strength.
Oh, my gun.
7 strength.
Regular chocolate, German chocolate, and the difference is it has pecans and coconut toppings. That's why I like German chocolate better than regular chocolate, because I like coconut and pecan.
Yeah.
Oh, do we not have enough crystals?
Rat juice.
Oh, well.
Like Belgian chocolate.
What?
Hey.
What?
Alright, take my sword. For the honor of Grayskull!
Wait. Fucking hell.
Hell of a map to send it on. Ooh. Arcade machine.
I need help moving something very important.
Alright, 1 second. Oh.
Wait,
well, you
no,
can just
never mind.
revive him.
Oh, you jumped over.
What are we moving? What are we moving? What is that? What is this?
There's
it's the
there's a
Roblox
cube kitty up here. It's very heavy.
Oh my god, did you just fall?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm lowering it. Oh, this is gonna suck. There's so many holes in the floor. How am I know I'm not gonna fall in a hole?
Don't fall in a hole.
Oh no.
We gotta rotate it.
Alright, I got it. We got it. Just put, okay. Are you sure you can't carry this by yourself?
Yeah, I'll drop it.
I mean, you could drag it.
I don't know if that's gonna work.
I think we gotta go this way. Yeah, and then we gotta go around. I'll go to the right. You go to the no.
I'm your cart now.
Oh,
now.
No.
Oh,
that
you
was
made it
a
out.
crazy save, Shubs.
What the fuck was that
Right.
noise?
It was a
I was.
gnome.
Can I be released? No, there.
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh.
The
I
whole
thought you could
scared me.
the wall
Gotta get
because
it.
I didn't want you to accidentally fall in there when you popped up.
The whole scheme.
Oh, Elaine, you're so hurt. Why don't you take one of the many health packs in the truck?
Hold on.
Okay.
I'd heal
Get
you,
in the
but
fucking
again, health
door.
packs.
Oh, thank you. How the fuck did you get in
Oh
there?
yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
Thank you. I'll go have a health pack now.
Yeah, you got the health pack.
It was dark in here and I fell.
Understandable.
It's alright. At least I wasn't carrying anything important.
Is there loot in here? No loot. Oh wait, what the fuck? A briefcase. Oh! I have to show this to somebody. What the fuck is that? Okay, I'm just gonna put that there. Hello? Hello?
Where's the other one? Did you kill both?
It's over here.
Okay, I'll go try and get it with the sword.
I shot it. I'm out of ammo. I'm out of ammo.
Oh, it's that thing.
Good.
Good job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good, because
Good
I accidentally smashed
so
the other
happy.
one.
That's okay.
Good job. I picked up
Any loot in here?
Thank you. I can only hold one thing right now.
I got broken off. Alright, we'll take this. Take this to the cart. Take this. I saw that.
Oh fuck. Sorry. Ow. Okay.
What happened to the other soul orb?
Yeah, what happened to the old of the minigun?
I grabbed it, but then someone walked into it by accident.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That
That's
happens.
okay. At least we killed it, because that thing would have been a problem.
Yeah. Kurogi's telling me to be
That was
happy,
a
so we got
crazy
this.
enemy. Like,
Understandable. Oh, this is a chest. No. Alright, this way.
Both of them were part of the same one.
oh, it did. Oh. I thought that was part of the base game. That's crazy.
Another one. Now I have 2 dragons. And now they can kiss. Put these in the back corner. Oh! Oh! Okay. Papa. What is that?
Big chungus.
Oh. Sometimes just leave this here.
Oh, you guys have Oh, that's funny. Friendship is the magic.
Oh. Oh no.
Oh, what the fuck is that?
Oh no. Fuck, run! Oh fucking goddamn! I hit myself with the sword again.
You have the bowtie monster in that direction.
Oh, I can't do anything about this. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey.
Bounce to me.
Oh.
Don't bounce over here.
Oh, hey, what's
Oh,
up?
fuck.
Is that Classy?
Oh damn.
Oh, hey, what's up?
I'm fucking.
What's up?
Concept. Pressing me.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about that guy.
I hit the ground a little too hard and I died.
Oh, understandable.
my
Oh,
God.
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
oh, hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Goodbye, I guess.
Okay.
Yep.
Elaine's in this room.
I got Elaine.
Good job. I think.
Hello.
James, where are
okay,
you?
I can get to the truck. We can get to the truck. We can heal.
I want to try to grab him and push him.
Push him, go!
Yay!
Yay!
We did it. Oh,
Nice grab.
good job. Good job.
Okay.
Gems.
Right, coming through with an orb. Don't careful.
Gems.
He's hiding somewhere.
I think it broke my mini cart. Oh! Never mind.
I know where one is. It's like up some stairs.
Oh.
Guys.
I'm healed. Yeah, I'm healed.
Shems, are you in here? Oh, fuck.
Oh, we can pick him up. Fucking weak ass bitch. Stop. Shut the fuck up. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Die. No. Die. Die already. You weird fucking thing. Stop spewing your shit everywhere and just die.
Hey, who need? Oh shit! Oh
got
shit! Good job.
Thanks.
Yeah, nice.
Do any? Who needs health? I've got a potion and a monster.
I would like health. I have 2 health.
Okay, here you take the potion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can also give you a little of my health. If you need
No, I'm
more.
good now.
Okay, good.
That's
Because I
all it
actually don't know
does?
which button that is.
I think you could just break that now if it's empty.
Yeah. If you use all of the health in it, it'll just, break as soon as it like hits something. Okay.
Cool. There's a thing up here. There's a thing up this way. See here? No. Oh, it's locked. Oh, did we already open one? Oh, we did. Okay. Doobie doobie doo up doobie doobie doo up Harry.
When I'm holding something that can be dropped, I have to.
Boo ba doo ba doo boo 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 boo. Harry.
Thank you.
Right. Yeah, just through here, and then go left, and forward, and then right, and then straight ahead.
Okay. Just waiting because I want to break the item Shem's holding.
And up the stairs.
What the?
I didn't break it. It went instructing, guys. I know you're talking.
Oh, wow. What's this? That's Flowey? I think I just found Flowey. Or Flowy? Flowey? From
Flowey.
Flowey? I found Flowey.
Flowey.
We'll step over.
Oh,
We'll
does
send it
anyone
on this
need,
one, but they're
like,
coming up
a
with
little
some
bit of
stuff.
health? I have a monster.
Oh yeah, they have the.
Has the baby.
I've got 1
Yeah.
health.
And then we'll send it.
I can
with
give you
this.
health.
Sounds good. What
Okay, we're
monster
gonna
do you
send
have?
this one.
Oh, he put a monster on you.
Hi.
I'd beat a guy up.
Oh, good job.
Thank you.
Where's the monster?
No!
Oh!
It's a.
I like that the sucking effect that it makes.
Yeah. Now we just need to get to another one, because we can just turn this in.
Yeah, there was one nearby. I can go unlock it. It was this one. There one this one.
I thought I saw something, now I'm not sure.
Nope, not that way either. What the fuck? Where did I come from?
Oh. Yeah, okay, I do gotta go this way.
Oh, okay. Boop, boop, boop. There's a tiny bathroom. There's a tiny bathroom. Well,
What a wild mansion. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
open. Open. Oh.
And then we have another one that's like up some stairs, but I think it was closer towards the beginning.
Yeah, it's more towards the beginning, the other one. I'll go look for it. Oh, that's spooky. Just fall to your death. I think the other one might be this way. Is it this one? Okay. Is this one? Hi.
Hello.
I think we got all the loot. Ah! Ah!
Oh shit.
I heard that in the distance.
No, you didn't. I'm fine.
At the very end.
I catch you. It's okay.
Okay.
How much money do we have? Oh.
$2.
Ow.
Oh.
2 whole dollaroonies.
Okay.
I have the card.
I might go start walking back to the car.
Sounds good.
No,
I think that's a good idea. Oh fuck! I'm fine.
Let's go, Ghost.
What? We're going. We leave it. We go home.
We'll go home. It's time to go home.
Okay. Okay.
I think go
Forgot where
home
home
is
is.
this away.
Home
Home is this away. We must go quickly. Down for the hole. Good night, Sheppy. Thank you for the good night bomb.
Okay,
Sleep well, Sheppy.
Good night,
We are
Sheppy.
we're missing Zoe.
Oh, our collective other wife is missing now.
Excuse
Yep.
me. No, you
No.
can't get out
Yeah,
now.
I saw.
Stop.
Ooh.
No.
Ah, thank you for the lurk, Shep.
You lied. I could get out.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh.
Oh no! The way that started turned. Oh my god, that
was such a good like horror ending.
That was very spooky.
It's fucking put its eyeballs all over me. Ugh.
Wait for. I can tell when people are loading.
Sorry, your sounds
Whoa.
from my mic, by the way. Let me know if there's a lot of like background. No.
my ears.
And poor ears.
Or ears.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't mind stopping for today right here.
What's
I asked
that?
the others how they. I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of good with like stopping here if we want. We've been going for like 2 hours in repo. Oh my lord. I'm going for like
Yeah,
2
I don't mind
hours in
either.
repo, I think. Alright.
Then stop
Well,
it,
yeah,
you said?
I think, yeah,
Okay,
yeah, so you can get rest and I can get a bit of a snack because I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Alright. You stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
No.
Stop it. Stop it. Oh man, why can't I do the thing? There we go.
No.
Oh god!
Holy
Oh
shit.
me! Oh my god!
Sorry, you just make me so excited.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I have one too.
Alright, this is where I will be stopping for the day because I want to go take a break and get a bit of a snack.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you guys for
yeah.
playing with
Thank you for
me.
inviting us.
Yeah,
Thank you,
Of course,
everybody.
thank you.
Did I kill
Oh
him?
my god.
I'll be,
Yeah,
I'll
you
be
did.
happy to if you're doing more collabs and
Thank
stuff.
you.
In the future, Elaine, you know, I'm very much down
Yeah.
to play more. You know, whatever games.
Yeah, I'll
you
hit you up. Of course. I'll hit you guys up.
It took me a while to get myself working today, but I did
Oh,
really
you're
have fun
fine.
playing with you guys.
Yeah.
You are totally fine.
I'm just glad it was working in the end.
Yeah, that we got it working in the end. Yeah.
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 All right. Well, thank you guys for joining. Thank you.
Yes. Always happy
Thank
to
you
play.
for joining me.
Love you, Lane.
Love you.
Thank you,
I'm gonna be
games.
closing the lobby. Yep.
The
Of course.
Mewlings have
Bye-bye.
always joined.
Alrighty. Elaine is gonna go take a quick breaky. We're gonna go take a quick breaky. I need some food because I'm a bit hungry. So I'm gonna go get some food and then do some relaxation. And then, well, not relaxation, but I'm gonna go get a snack, go use the bathroom, yada yada yada. So I will be right back. I love you guys very much, and stick around because we have more stuff to do. Open the door. POV, I'm at your door. Open the door. Thank you, wife. I love you, wife. Thank you for the raid. I love you guys. I'm still gonna go get a snack though. I'm gonna get a snack and still gonna get some food. I love you guys. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Alright, I'm back. I got spicy chicken nuggets. We got them from Trader Joe's and I just had to put them in the air fryer and I gotta wait for them to cool down. Also burned my tongue like last time when I had these. Yeah, hurt. And it took a few days for my tongue to be okay. My blankie came back on. Okie dokie. Hello. Are you winning? I won. I got spicy chicken nuggets, so you could say that I have won. Alright, let me put myself back. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Hello. Ooh, don't believe in anything. Alright. I'll call that commission tomorrow. Alright. Alrighty. Gotta edit a video. I wanna eat my chimkim nuggets. Hello, Zar. Welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yum, 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 yum. Nom, nom. I think it's 14 or 14. 14. Oh, 14, 14, 14. Book of the baby. Alright, let's get this. This one. What's your favorite dipping sauce? Honey mustard. It's pretty good. If they're not already spicy, buffalo sauce. Buffalo sauce is pretty good. Do you have a favorite, Taylor? Barbecue or ranch. Oh, those are good choices. I like ranch if it's McDonald's and chicken nuggets. Alright, there we go. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, 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 yum. Alright, there's just one right now. I'm have to zoom in on me. I'm not really doing anything. This is an old clip, but I should edit it because it's a good story. Apply. maybe like this. So it'd go, oops. Or pom. Got him. I'm sorry, Vex. Wait, I think I did this wrong. Wait, no, I didn't. I'll play the other one too. Hold on. Add to queue. There you go. Okay, this one's gonna be kind of hard. I just realized how much stuff I'm gonna do with this, and it's gonna be hard. Okay. We got to go to the it's Joya? I can't remember the thing what it's called. This thing. Come me. I'm looking, but I find that some people translate me wrong. For current owns. Go. Go. Okay. I love you, why? I love you, why? Please get good food. I don't know what these fucking things are. Gonna lurk, no problem. Dieting. Building? Door. Choose another way. Never translate. Never page on. August. Not this one. Load it. Load it. Event illustrations. No. This one? I think this one would be good. Illustrations of a person. Yeah. Let's see. I want to find an old lady. Open like a new tab. I don't think one. Should I get the baby one? Maybe I get the baby one. I'm like an old person. I need like an old person. Fuck, I forgot. I need a netherite drill. Oh, fuck. What do you need a netherite drill for? Really addicted to a certain kind of sadness. The end. Oh, the end. Was your still be friends. I think I want the little kid one. An auto diamond miner? Ooh. Fancy. I'm a stranger and I feel so lost. I didn't have to stoop so low. The records and then change a number. I don't need that though. I'm just somebody that I used to know. Okay, I think I want these. And then these ones. And then what is this one? What is this one? English? Save as. You do that, I think of all the times you screwed me around. I was buying something bad. Let's see. Find somebody that you used to know. I don't need your love. Okay, and then this one. I want all these ones. Illustration of life, housework, life in general, fun. Fuck, the uncrafting table is broken. I needed to scrap the stuff for the drill. What? How is it broken? What's it not doing? What is it not doing? Illustration of a person. Wait, what's this one? There's a baby? The baby ones. Little baby. It's not letting me take the items out. Do you want me to just give you I could just give you the items if you want that you would have gotten. Or if you want, I can do that. I don't care if you're I don't feel I ignore dreaming more like us. I'm like a cranky baby. Why are there no upset babies? That would be nice. Let me do the math real quick on what I'd get. Okie dokie. It gives me time to load it up. On the broken, and go home. It's like a baby. I got a baby, right? I got a baby or something. Buildings map, this one or this one, I think. What it is I'm fighting. I don't feel I ignore. Dreaming. And more like us. It's all too much. Eating. I can't enough. Don't feel I ignored in my dreaming. And more like us. 10 diamonds and 2 netherite. I got you. I will get that for you once my Minecraft is loaded then. Give up. My server, just walk away. Myself to just really pray. I don't want you to be great. Of course. I'm sorry that the thing didn't work. It's the least I can do. Alright, cool. I think I want both of these. I don't feel I ignore. See, and would it be like that? Is that better for the flow? Where the fuck does "and" come in? How too much? I think that's good. I'm gonna be an American idiot. Alright. I wonder if I saw the sound effects. I don't know if I have them. Because I would have had them in here. I guess we're gonna have a moment. This one? No. This one? No. Redneck agenda. Do I have it? It's called like Dreaming. Yeah, it's this one. Also move track. Oh. This one needs to go up to 5. And then I need like people noise. Dash no. SFX resources? No, free sound. Department store. Okay, this one works. My wrist hurts. Hurts. Alright, down sound. I don't mind if you fuck around. Transition this out. Transition this in, but this one's gonna be quieter. Oh, I need a fart cloud. Me luxury. Okay, so it's this. They want to hide. Wait, am I at 13 diamonds? No problem. Whatever you need, Vexed. Our page. I'm thinking so. You love me even it's fake. Where am I? EP leveling 2 Vex. Hello. Diamonds. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13. Go. And then netherite. Netherite. I don't know where the netherite things are, but here's a block of it. There you go. I pick up the diamonds again? No, it looks like you got them. You got everything? You got it all? That's a nice place. Nice place you got here. I like your roof. The roof is very cute. Zombie. Hello, zombie. Arthur, thank you so much. Of course. Hi, cutie. Hi, V. Oh, this is cool. Alright, I go back. Oh, I just go back. And then disconnect. I don't want to lag out my computer. Alright, there you go. Just woke up from a really long nap. How was your nap? Did you have a good nap? I'm wide awake. Well, good morning. Good morning. Hope you had a good eve. Oh, there's something I need to look up for also. And myself. All right. Oh, thank you. Coworking. Brain is a prune. Video editing. Done. Thank you, V. I forgot what I was doing because of DaVinci Resolve. I'm getting out of these balls on my toes. No problem. Thank you. These all kind of look okay. You really have me some? Wrapped text. Magic animate free version. Seamless zoom. Seamless transitions. Ooh. No, glitch. Slice transition, magic gradient, glitch, loading bar, seamless transitions. What does this have in it? Ow. These don't seem too bad. Ooh. Templates. Alright, let me look at these. Stop. Links used in descriptions may or may not be. Okay. Okay, I think I'll just use the ones that are already in here. Boo, 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 boo. I want to make this softer. Okay, so I kind of don't like this background in a way because it's kind of like, oh no, there we go. This works. Gamma. Oh, I need to darken this. Well, could I just do that in the thing? Correction. Do this. I'll go like this. And then this one. And then thank you for the bonk. Okay, so it goes. Even the head as well. This one should go here. This one should go here and then here. Okay. And then... And we just shorten these guys. Okay, so it goes... I think... Like this. Oh, it'd be like... It would be this one, I think. I think we could just go this one and then scoot this here. And just... Okay, I think that's good. Okay, so it'd be... I kind of want to see if I can kind of edit the beginning. Because you're not really going to see me talking for a lot of this. So maybe... Let's see. Maybe we try this clip. I kind of want to redo it with my current face tracking because you're not going to see me. So I think... Okay, so I didn't have my mini at the time. I didn't have this. And then I'll do... Yeah. Yeah. And I'll have to open my other studio. And then I have to say... There was this one time. Okay. Watch anyway. I'm gonna have to hide the little bros. Oh, and then my desk items. Mean. I'm saying we can't play with it a little bit. I think this is like the first TikTok where I'm kind of like playing around with it a little bit, where this isn't actually the footage that happened. Recording studio. Wait, no, the profile has to be main profile. Nope. Recording studio. Milkclub glasses. Okay. And we go to hub. And then we hide little bros. We show desk items. Desk items. Where are my desk items? Vex, could you spam chat really quick? Just put whatever in chat so it's not blank. Please. What the fuck are my desk items? Hang on. And then do I want to be big or normal size? Yeah. Oh shit, it doesn't work because of that. Okay, I'll just do it in my main profile then. Thank you. You could even do hi TikTok and see if anyone notices. I love you, Vex. This is... Oh. Good. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. None of these is going to be recording profile. Oh. This one and task. Okay. I'll be big. Okay, and then I just record... What did I say? There was this one time where I was at the store. Or I can also do it with the tail, actually. There was this one time where I was at the store. Okay, there you go. Okay, so now... Videos... There's the one I just recorded. Where is it? Refresh. Where is it? Here's my dirty one. It's this one, I think. That's fine. Right, there we go. Let's add a track. This up and over, delete these guys. I think that's good. It'll be... What the fuck? I like set it to store. 50. What's this? What the heck? Change speed. Okay, I think that fixed it. Delete track, there you go. Okay, add track. And this is where I add the little boy. Take or leave and go. So it's like I think I should go to anger and then to him being like, I might have to get one more character in this, which is like a store clerk or something. So it's like, the ad track, and then so when this happens, but and this one, but boop 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 boop. There you go. And then here he arrive or okay, so here the boy is off screen. Here the little boy comes on screen. So it would be like apply, wait out, virtual insanity. Maybe she could like come back in at this point. So maybe we can have her come here. And then over here. Over here. So it's like this one. And then wait out. Thank you. Why? And then instead, we'd start with this, and then she'd come back in here. It would be like boop, boop. Maybe it should be sad and then it'll be oh, wait, not this one. This one. Okay, and then okay, so here we actually have to have her leave the screen, so it's like now we have to have a track for the part. Thank you for the head pat. Move track down. Up. It should be. Go. So we'll go. After feeling too bad. And then I gotta scoot him. And then we have it cross dissolve. For both Endercard and the Alchemy system, we have a TLDR and other steps. I think. Okay, and then okay, I think I want to do my emotes next. Emotes. So we go. We're with grandma. So we're with grandma, and then. So we're with grandma. I'll flip it back up. And I like laugh it off. I think it's funny. Should it be unflipped? Wait, let's do this one. I'll do this one, and then we're going to do position and pitch. So it would be like, so instead, at this point, I'm with grandma. And the next one, I'm like, yeah, so it's like, okay, and then let's add track. And this one goes here and like here. Like, so if we did then rotate it the other way. Oh, why off? Stream crash for a sec. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. Alright, now when does grandma come back into the picture? Okay, so this one. and go here. And then we scoot it over. Wait, I go here. Maybe instead, let's see, the kid. Screaming. This one. Why should it be like? Huh? There you go. So that should be. I think I want to add this back in when he's like. Boop. Nope. There you go. And then now it's. I'm. Did you take a nap? How was your nap? You have a good nap? I like it when you guys take a nap but come back. It's cute. I don't know why this is so hard. That took forever, but now I can convert lava into diamonds. Whoa, very cool. Track mono, and we'll give it a little poop sound. Fell asleep on my desk during repo. Understandable. Are you okay? Get up and stretch a little bit if you can. I don't want your back to hurt. Oh. Any adjustment clip because I just realized how low I made this and I have to put it up higher. In trouble trying to sleep. I won't lie to myself about being productive tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep my day off. Woo! Good idea. I like this idea. Hmm. As he was a TikTok savior, yeah. Right here. Edit, redo. I have to copy this for everything. We're rich! Yahoo! Heck. Man. 8. Please. And that one. Oh, here we go. I think the baby has as many transitions, I think. Seven. And now it's my turn. This one. I'm gonna do left feet. Oh, damn, I'm such a airhead. And then the despair one. Empty, I want things I don't mean. I'm gonna breathe. I want to spin over a little bit more. Go. 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 Spin over a little bit. And then this one. Boop. Boop. What? 67. It's this one. Okay, so what height is this at 60? I think it was 60 as well, so it'll be like why is this off? It keeps like changing. Oh wait, so when the fart disappears, technically, I could already be over here. Actually, and then here, and then here, and then here, and then we can remove the next one. Okay, I think that all makes sense. And the noise dissolve. Noise dissolve, noise dissolve, noise dissolve. I think this one will need a cross dissolve. Okay, so then now I go back. I want to use these. Okay, what's this one? I think I like this one more, so it'll be. Nope, never mind. Then cool. Plenty of stuff, I think. Cool. I think I added everything I wanted. Now I just gotta do the subtitle. Timeline. This one. This one. And I'm keeping alive. Okay. Thank you for this, the wellness check and the cheat pack. Cool. Feedback, resolution half. Bum, bum, bum. All right, so we did. What will we have to do tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll have to edit Did You Know and roll for fun. Money. Tab. And then we're gonna have to work on one more model. I'm pretty sure. Intention. This one, the tie-dye one. Tie-dye skirt. This one, this one. Oh, and then go. I'm on the antidepressants. Missions. Video edit for DG. We're just having peanut butter jelly with a baseball bat. There we go. And then this one. And then antidepressants. I'm feeling good today. Okay. And welcome fun tomorrow. This one, save. I think that's everything. I uploaded today's VOD. Just, of course we does. Run this town just like a dove. And if you don't want to mess with us, with Jesus on my necklace, us. Okay, so we have 3 videos to edit tomorrow, and then I think we'll just play video games. I think it's my plan. Hard. It's ours. Alright, so we go. Oh my god. We were ever young. What? Put it up. Down dudes. Hard. I was at the so it goes So it goes like this. I was at okay, wait. I did this wrong. Where? Okay, so here is the door with and she a and it's like it okay. It okay. And it's God. So good job. Point. So what? Okay, so then this one. I actually came to complain that she had to be a big girl and get her ice cream because I was like, oh, your poor wife, give her a kiss. She did such a big girl. She was such a big girl. She did it. Poor Beanie. How could you let her get her ice cream all by her lonesome? Delete track. And then I actually need this again. I'm just gonna put this up here. Told her I was proud of her. Yippee! Alright, it's called. Oh. Nope. Where is it? It's just a long time ago. What you want to say? No, it's probably Google not far enough. Would. Your mind. No, I'll be unkind. Okay, so this is before I had my model. Things on TV, average day with beef and boof. A full damn box. 9 times English, here's a clip. No, it wasn't this one. The video. What was I doing on the original clip? Okay, so I was just on my browser. Peter. This one is by Pixels. Okay. 40 pixels. This way. Okay, now I gotta restart DaVinci. Guess what you say? I haven't done like one of these in a long time where I've done like a story edit. You just kind of leave them. This one I'll also test by uploading it on my phone. I could never be a woman. Captions. Face generate. Alright, I'll let that do its thing. Media assets. I could get the media assets for this. I gotta read. Did you know that people in the center used to flavor vomit with their ice cream? Before you yuck in someone's junk, let me give you a scoop. This was the cat throwing up, wasn't it? Yeah, copy. What? What? It smells so, oops, so bad. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Oops. Emotes are perfect for story times. Yeah, I know. That's why I like using them a lot. I have a lot of variety, which helps. Happy. I'm proud of this. Okay. Go back to Constantinople. It's nobody's business but the Turks. Alright, and I'm gonna grab some clips from this really quick. For this really quick. Oops. Oops. Okay, so, you know, people in the 70s used whale vomit to flavor their ice cream. Oh, wait, okay. Whale. I need a whale. Whale. And then wait. And then ice cream. Nobody's business but hers. Okay. And then let me read this again. Before you yuck in someone's land, let me give you the scoop. Despite pulling up Pinocchio coming from a whale's stomach, I'm sorry. Why are all these web peas? I'm so upset. Yes. Yes.
But it seemed like it would be silly for me to replace all those and then talk stuff to
what?
So that every time material is used, it's supposed to be capitalized because it's referring to like capital material. But would it make more sense?
Like that?
No. Just like this. Like so, they used to be lower.
Oh, okay, okay.
Would it make more sense if there's a bunch of them for you to just search and replace in the document?
No, because if there are times when you use the word material without it,
there isn't. Like, because all of the crafting materials and the two crafting materials are referring to.
okay, then I guess it's fine.
Okay, because the second document has a lot more uses of that word, and I was like, it seems silly for me to replace all of the ends with capitals.
Hi, Andrea. Mm-hmm.
So I can replace them all in here, but would it be easier for you just to replace them?
Either way is fine. I mean, you understand that like Google has.
Yeah. No, I mean like if you don't have to replace them, I didn't want to create more work for you, so I was just trying to.
Either way is fine. Either way is fine. But you're gonna have to. The thing is like if you don't do it, you're gonna have to do it later to triple check. Is kind of the thing.
I mean that's fine. I mean the first document I already did, whereas like the second one I really stuff to do, and I realized it might be more work for you if I did it that way because you've already added this to publishing.
So has anything changed with this one?
I was trying to highlight everything, just a few things in this. Where's this one at?
I don't think I've done this one.
You did these two. You didn't do them.
Oh, okay, I see. Wasn't there 3 of them though?
The first one I sent.
So what order is this supposed to be? So it's supposed to be this one.
Like these two are interchangeable, but that one.
Okay.
So I haven't figured out which one makes sense to go next, as long as they go.
I guess it's alchemy and crafting, so alchemy and crafting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. That makes
Okay.
sense. And then
well, you didn't give me any, but
I so it's like, does just the prompt, is that enough, or would you like?
yeah, I think I could try something, but it's just like if it's okay, it's gonna have to have more back and forth because I don't.
Iterations.
Okay.
I just the concept.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like same but different as like the first index, the kind of so slightly different but kind of the same. So
Okay, do you want okay, the new question. Do you want it to be the aesthetic of the whole page or just imagery?
Good. If that makes sense.
Okay. Okie dokie.
Because I think the imagery that we have now is kind of moving in that direction.
We don't have any imagery.
Just the example. Yeah, you are right. It would be.
The examples that you should mention that I don't know where they are.
They're in marketing. I can send them to you.
Also, I'm good, Andrea. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out this thing for pixels.
Do you want me to send you?
Is this the new one?
Yeah.
Okay, how about I just show you what I was gonna do? It's a very simple thing. I was just gonna do it once.
But if it would be helpful to you, I could try and find some examples if there's anything that, like, I don't know if anyone's done this before, but
I did back then. Okay, so this is alchemy crafting. So my idea was just gonna be, oh, I can't do a thing. Wait, I could do hue saturation and fix it. Ah. Hold on, I do it levels too. Levels. Wait. Okay, that one, and then. So I was gonna do like this for all the alchemy pages. I wanna feel like I did back then. They saw the.
because this is a standalone thing. Border pieces out because it's not all within.
I don't think honestly it's necessary. Thank you for the wellness check.
You wanted to do if you had any ideas about like fun things that like they like scroll in the borders or stuff like that, that would be something cool.
That's up to you. That is a writing thing. That 100% is a writing thing.
Right. I was just thinking of the stuff that you did for the natural stuff, but that's a bit much.
Then this could even be. I think it's gonna be bigger. And then it just gives a vibe of that it's a crafting page because these are equipment. And then for the item crafting ones, you could do more like an anvil or something, or like just like a chisel and a hammer. That way they would know that those specifically are item crafting pages.
I did have some examples that when you were talking about yesterday, kind of thinking of that. I did have some cool examples that I found that were used for this, like, new layer races in the book, and each race had a function they were associated with, and had the symbol like behind the words faded out on like the race pages. But at the same time, I'll send you the picture.
That felt bad. That felt bad. Okay, that's fine. Do you want anything else other than this? Okay. Apply master to pages. Apply master to pages. Okay. Right now, this is how it would look.
And I see the.
Ask me about my winner!
Huh? Sorry. Yeah. This one. So you wanted to have me pretend it. Sorry. Kiwi played Ask Me About My Wiener! And it totally sidetracked my brain. So this is how it kind of looks.
And is this one 2 pages?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Out of curiosity, is it? Okay, that has a good amount of space.
Yeah, so right now, with what I already have, yeah, so, okay, hold on, make sure. So I haven't done this page. Have I?
You have to update this. But you have.
Did Pixels ask, though? No, he never asks me to ask about his wiener. Crafting and alchemy share. So this is materials for alchemy. Yes, okay. 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 And then the next page, this is for item crafting. Okay, well actually if this is the I'm just wondering if we could fit crafting summary in here and then we might have a nice neat 3 pages. Anywho, okay, so this one I haven't done yet. Wow, this one's long. Okay. What's up?
Could you scroll down on this one really quick? Sorry, I just thought of something. Okay, that's not too bad. I just didn't want the crafting summary to be like buried behind other stuff that wasn't necessary, but I think it's okay.
I honestly maybe think it should go in the beginning because it's like over arc, quick summary, and then doing it instead of going all the way to the back to find the summary.
That's fair.
Into you.
Is that something that you can do on your end? Do you want me to update it?
No, it's fine. I can do it.
Yeah, because the alchemy one has a lot more stuff in it. It's the longest document. So I put the summary after the important parts, but before all like the accessories.
Yes, this is the thing. Okay, so would you say this is too much text for 1 page?
I think like maybe we like bump step 3 down and like an image here or something. So I think overall, like, because this is supposed to be like a marketing thing, Party wants room for pictures to make it more appealing.
Okay, let me.
So probably like at least 1 picture for this because it's supposed to be like a.
Yeah. So step 3. And then what if we did boop, boop. This one over here. And then skill check. And then this one will go here. And then this would go like here, and then we could have an image. And then you could have an image here. And then 3 would just go here, and then you could have an image here. Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Yeah, because I just the context help, but we want it to look good because it's for.
Yeah.
Like more so than if it.
No, I don't think so. Okay. What? Let's see the other side. I need this to be tabbed. Why is it not tabbing? Just space it, I guess. Actually, could I just do this? Oh my god. I guess it did tab. That was sad. Okay, well, let's find out. Let's find out. Rice, water, chestnut. Is this like a congee? Pine nuts, honey, sesame seeds. This dish is warm and nourishing porridge prepared by marinade for the frying group. This is pine nuts and rice. It's smooth, creamy texture, subtly nutty flavor. Either China or I feel like Korea. My mom makes this for me. Shrimp, rice, bell peppers, onions, garlic, tomato sauce, chicken broth, peas, cilantro, olives, salt, black pepper, oregano, and optionally bay leaves. Or add bay leaves, optionally green olives, capers, saffron, and artichoke. This dish is a savory, soupy concoction featuring plump shrimp simmered with rice and flavorful broth, enhanced with a mixture of aromatic herbs, spice, and colorful vegetables. The mixture develops a comforting, thick consistency. The combination of ingredients creates a... Okay. This one's bullshit. I should have gotten it first try. It has rice in it. Shrimp, rice. Bell peppers, onions, garlic, tomato, cilantro, olives. Shrimp? Shrimp makes me want to think it's Asian. Because rice doesn't technically mean Asian. Could I mistake you for a sign from God? Oh, you really hit. I'm gonna guess China first. Ice cold. Neither is shrimp though. Good point. Shrimp asopao? Africa? Ooh, I don't know this one. Go ahead and wish that I could be your man. Bay leaves, oregano. This is so like, I don't know, I'm gonna guess United Kingdom. Oh, oh, it's Puerto Rico. I know nothing about Puerto Rican food. Nothing. Okay. Oh, this is Danish, isn't this? Wait, it's got a donut hole though. This leads me. I said America first. Understandable. This is not Arabic. Cool. The images are broken for you? Bambolini. India. What the fuck? Iran. I only see the first pic. Most of them I can only see the first pic as well, but this one I can see it. For a long time. Bambolini. I don't know what other places have words like that. Egypt. Oh fuck, I don't know what else is like near Egypt. Sing, I just flow. Tanzania? Holy shit. I was close. I was 1,000 off. They're kind of hard. They're very ambiguous ingredients. There weren't like any culturally distinct ingredients. Oops. Tanessa? 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 Very interesting way to say that. How far over did you want this? Circle was coming down. I think that's enough. Circle was coming down. Tuneza? 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 I like the way I said it better. Personally. Personally, if I had a choice. Which I don't, but you know. Okay. This one? It's like, it's that, right? Pronunciation? Tunisia. Ah. That makes sense. Oh. In this way I'm going on, there's nothing. Listen, I'm not a worldly person. Oh my god. Only thing that annoys the shit out of me for this is the fact that there are no periods. Volatile, transmutation, and alchemy specific. Alchemy. Doing it right, doing it right. I'm alright, yes I'm fine. In real life, but I'm dead in real life. What's going on? Oops. I do think that should be separate though. Even with that together, it's kind of save. It's impossible. All I ever knows. With you after just one touch. Trying to see if there's a way that I could fit this in here. I don't think so. Changes 8. Yeah, I still don't think I could fit it. Even though I feel like it would be really nice to fit it in there. Question file save as. I just have a question for myself. I feel like this doesn't need to abide by the standard D&D book rules. And then I wonder if and then if we took this, damn, still not enough, huh? No, that's this one. How far up would it have to go in order to fit them? Pretty high, it seems. Could try to squish this together a bit more. Also, this needs to be italicized. Alright. Duplicate. Reheated goat is disgusting. That kind of, on God, that kind of sounds gross. That kind of sounds gross, I'm gonna be honest with you. Goes from earth yummy to dirt. That makes sense, to be honest. I feel like reheated meat in general just isn't great. Crafting summary. And this one gets centered. Take this one off. And center this one. Chicken is usually fire. Understandable. Could put this at the end, actually. Goes crafting summary, and then the ascendant, the rune directing pages. I meant to say fine, but you know what? I stand on business. You stand on business. Understandable. Materials, crafting. I evened it out, but I don't know if I like it. Then deflate. Desire. Exhale desire. Desire. Time today. Thoughts off, then I ought to replace a thought with what I once bought. Somebody stole my car radio, and now I just sit in silence. Alright, it's violent. And the steering wheel. Thought so often I ought to replace a thought with another spot. They stole my car radio, and now I just sit in silence. Something great and fine. Resistance. That sound. Let me see. Where's one? I thought I did the Rune Bastion page as well. A life being try with every might. I do try and think. Well, I ought to. I thought, well, what I once bought. Nobody sold my car radio, and now I just sit in silence. Oh. Do I not? Hello, J-Lo. I could have sworn I had a Rune Bastion page. I'm wrong. What I did. Oh, just the Rune Dracton. Okay. I kind of like this. And then continued. That's all. In silence. Okay, and then I guess we'll do item crafting next, so I already have it open. What it feels like and through the wilderness. Has it been now? I don't know what it feels like an eternity since I had you here with me. Since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, but I wouldn't sacrifice. You have to chase the light, somewhere I can go. Through the alone of this world alone. An endless night, it's a starless sky, it's a hell that I call home. By on the other side of the only I know. And it feels like an eternity since I had you with me. Since I had to learn to be someone you don't know. To be with you in paradise, I wouldn't sacrifice. You have to chase the light, somewhere I can go. Of this world alone. Of this world alone. Oh. My eyes closed, doing my time before the words. I want green tea, but it's late. It's never too late for green tea. I'm kidding. There is I mean, you probably don't have it, but there is. I feel like there is decaffeinated versions. Samples of these. Ingredients are into you with my it's you blindfold you out. I could figure you out. This down here. This one. Delete all this. There. Just let me know. Can we go back to being friends? We just shared a bed. Where did Paige die? This someone you've never met. Thanks. Yeah, make a breath. Go back to being friends. We just shared a bed. Where do we go? Oops, that was the one I needed. Alright, 'cause now I can't stop. I'm too tired to let go. How can we go if we just shared a bed? How can you look from someone you've never met? On the table. We just shared a bed. I pretend. I gotta make sure this one. I was listening to the ocean. And then we can do tier. Information. Oh fuck, the onions. What happened to the onions? Information for me. No. They're attacking me. What? 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 How? In a picture. My eyes. No, vexed. No. Tier 1. It's all placed on myself. And far away that I've been on the world today. Nobody knows. Dancing in the rain, but I can't complain. Home, where I belong. Used to call you. There's 3, so there'll be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? I've officially confused myself? 2, and then tier 3. Like a knife. No, don't use a knife when you can't see. It's not safe. It's not safe, Vex. Please. Please. How will you type if you cut all your fingers off? How will you jork it if you have no fingers? This one, this one. Be centered. I think. No, it should be upper. It should be centered. And then this can be boom, it's back. Boom, bend your knees, maybe shake it to the max. I wish I could see like the height of these. Shake it to the max. I want all these to be the same. There's no way I can like confirm the sizes of these. These ones don't need it though. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Go back, gonna get nasty. Nobody can touch this. I will use my peanuts to type? I don't know, that sounds kind of painful. I don't know, Vex. I don't know if I believe you. Sounds awfully painful. I want these to be slightly transparent. 47. Huh? No, it would hurt? How weak is your Yeah! I mean, it's pretty sensitive, isn't it? I feel like your peanut would be pretty sensitive about that type of stuff, you know? I think we talking. Ex-husband. Fuck typo. It would. What? I think because you'd have to. I mean, I guess you. But wouldn't there? Also, peanut too big. Peanut not as thin as fingers. Peanut not as thin as fingers. Tantissimo. Tantissimo. Also, I don't give a fuck. Red. Flip it. Oh, this one stays. This one gets flipped. Let's put the opposite corner. Sweet and spicy and strange. Just sip and brave. Old champagne. Oh God in the rain. Will they come all for a chateau? I'll say oh. Say. Save. There's so much onion. Oh goodness. Oh, forgive me. I'm back in your bed. There you go. So, Let's all celebrate tonight. Enshrined stat. Sorry. Okay. All our energy is precious. We'll burn it all away. We'll go another way. Step 2. Step 2. Item step 1. Crafting. This will be page 3. Take. Assembly is small. I think I could fit that. The lid doesn't fit. The salami lid won't fit. The salami lid won't fit. Take. Assembly. Ammunition, arrows. Oh. Step 3, assembly. Tiers. Go back. Even high. One. Oh gosh. Proficiency. Effects are difficult to place. And the effects including. My failures changed. Ah. Okay. I don't really understand why we moved failure up, but that's... Oh, I understand. No, I understand. Beautiful, yeah. Beat this one. This one for you, for you, for you. Once you party on you. Just right for you. This one go here. Yeah, we would not have step 3 in here. There's something we go in here. It's true. Okay, and then claim needed required item place it on royalty then. You know, oftentimes I forget that a keyboard has 2 shifts and 2 controls on them. And it makes people with tiny hands like me very happy. Not if you're using my keyboard. Do you not have 2? You only have 1. I don't think I need this. Oops. Not only shift control, not even... I mean, I guess you don't really use caps lock all that often. So, I guess that's... I think I might fight Pixels. You don't use cap lock. I use it sometimes. It depends. It depends if I'm excited or not. But if you don't get excited all that much, like, that makes sense. Think about it. Oh, and this. I use cap locks all the time. That's valid. I just hold down shift with my pinky, easy, no caps lock fix. That's valid. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like just some people don't use it, and I think that is completely fair. Why? I have done nothing to deserve this. In my opinion. Okay. Wait, can I put this in here now? This one, and this one, and then... Am I guessing the margins? I shouldn't do that. But I'm doing it. I'm doing it, lady. Item crafting continued. Continued. And then now is for the last page. Yeah. Yeah, and then everything. Thank you for the head pat. Want them to be numbered. Numbered. That's not to be numbered. Those are numbered. Those are numbered. These. Wait, they're numbered without indentation though. How did I do that? What? How did I do this? What? Yeah, there you go. I like the song. I'm putting them on like songs. Okay, I haven't even gotten to the alchemy section. I put the crafting something up here, right? I did. Okay. Oh, the alchemy stuff. Son of a bitch. Okay. Step one. Did I do this wrong? Oh, fuck. Chapter. This is chapter, right? It's chapter. Okay, so I just gotta make sure that everything here. Chapter base text. And then initial. Swash ornament annotations. Capitals. I was a ghost, I was alone. Dodging. It's okay. I didn't know. Believe I was clean, I was meant to be. And play both sides. On my own play. Nope, this one. Okay, I learned therapist appointment in an hour. Have a good therapy appointment. I'm so proud of you for getting therapy. Okay, this one looks the same. And up, it's our moment. We're going. Gotta be golden. Oh, up with our voices. There's golden. Gotta be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding now. I'm feeling like I'm born to be. But it's so break these walls down. We could be like me. My lights are too bright. We live where they all see. No more hiding, I'm done shining like I'm born to be. Your hope is such. I know I believe. And up, it's our moment. We gotta go going. We gotta be going. Oh, up with our voices. You know, then we gotta be golden. Oh, I'm done hiding now. I'm shining like I'm born to be. No fears, no lies. You were born to be. Gonna be golden. Gonna be. This is going to be blue potion. Text. Strength. Initial. Through A. Initial. This one. Potion. Materials. And then we could have an image here if we wanted. Man, it's already 10 o'clock. Chat, what am I even doing? What's happening? I don't know what I just did. Did I just delete the page by accident? I think I did. Let's see. Alright. Oops. Initial. thing. Oop. And then don't stop, get a drink, throw up in the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. Don't stop, get a drink. Kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel anything. In the kitchen sink. I don't wanna feel. 2, 1. Meow. Hi, baby. What's the matter, Momo? Good, babe, I'm fine. Tonight is eeny, meeny, mine. Oh. Sensory. Divine. Physical. Transmutation. Sensory. Is that what we do? I doubt it. What about it? Void. Almost that time of night. What does this mean? Are we talking about when my brain dies? Soup time? Oh my goodness. Soup time. Location. We do? I doubt it. We do? I doubt it. Come on. It's all to be normal. Do a thing. Oh, your brain has. How do you know that? You don't know that. You don't know that for a fact. You nerd. You don't know that for a fact. My brain could still technically be going strong. Actually, my brain is fine. Actually, I could read a dissertation if I wanted to. Actually, how dare you? I'm a smarty pants. I could read anything I wanted to. I just happen to not want to right now. At the same time. Okay, no, I don't want to right now. Read me a fuck. Ooh, you little shitter. It's gonna be a short story though. It's gonna be a short one. You don't have to. Okay, well, I'm gonna refund the points. Not because I don't want to, but because I clearly am doing work right now, you know? So clearly it's just a thing that we'll have to save for later, obviously. Doesn't have anything to do with the fact that maybe I may or may not be able to read, which I can. To be fair. Thanks, Vix. Thank you, Vix. See, I'm glad you understand, no? Oh my god, I didn't. Nope, that was stop. Okay. in my trouble. I'm in control. I do a space just so I can have a little breathing room. Oh, okay. The amount of the lack of periods, I think, is what's gonna drive me insane in this. Boop. Boop. Okay. I'm trying to decide if these ones should be centered. Yeah. I think I like that more. Oh my god. Oh my god, give it. Wonderful. Move this guy. Move this guy up. What happened to your life? I really wish it wouldn't squish the other ones. That would be pretty fucking poggers. Why must you squish? Scoot. Aren't you scooting? There. There. And now I need you right now. Okay. Oh. Okay. I feel like this could have fit on the last page. Breaking down. It could have fit on the last page, god damn it. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's on the thinking. I miss you, come here. This one. Dana, I miss you the most. Step 3. Skill check. Where are all these? Oh, started with this. And I think I'm up crazy. Touch each other till we go insane. I shouldn't do this. We already been through this. Oh, then I gotta make sure these are all correct. Oh, I miss you everywhere. I think I was right. Yeah, okay. You and I miss you right here. Skill check. That's how I did the last one, right? Oh, no, but that's fine. Wait, no. I think I might be stupid. Oh. I think I am. Oh, man. You're right here. Okay, that makes so much more sense. Okay. That's fine. Step 1. Every time she runs around, I'm trying to run away. Man. I'll be the one who gives you up to supply another one. Book? Hello, Chandu. I am currently helping, I'm currently working on a, handout for a TTRPG that I'm helping to be created called Enshrined. And I just found out something silly that I did, so now I have to fix it. Why not PDF? Oh, it will be a PDF. But it's like, this isn't the book, it's the handouts that people are gonna get, you know? I'd be cool about it, what I was told. The house without. Is it in between the couch? Man. Clear to craft is fine. Is it fine? Oh man. Step 2 doesn't need. I'm just in the thing that formats this. I think videoediting should be like a big one. Step 3, assembly should be normal. Got upset. Shoop. Pretty little baby. Is it the good soup? Is it good? The good soup one? That's what I think of. You do. That's for flowers. For hours. To babe. Makes so much more stuff. I'm so upset. Oh, it's this? What is this? Okay. Soup. Soup. I can't make the noise that the robot makes, but soup. Soup. Baby, in love with you. Oh, man. That's a real Half-Life sound? I like it. Oh, man. Okay. You know it's much more fun to love. The car hop. Okay, and then this goes here. Love with you. Ooh, I'm gonna find them. Okay, remove this one. I'll just redo it. Hey, what's up? Hello. No. Determining strength of a baby. Oh, my baby. Oh, my baby. Oh, my baby. Hello. Dun 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 dun. Oh, I missed one. Ooh. I wanted the greatest, that is a value, that is a promise. Here we go. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Dark Wolf Angel 18. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. The wrong spacer. And Madge. Yeah. Ain't no problem when I'm the equation. Okay, now we're on to step 3, baby. God damn it. I really wish I would have noticed that sooner, but I didn't. Location. Step 3. 2. Okay. And then this one, and then I want failure to be the same as last time we did failure. It's its own section because failing is a big thing. That means you gotta go back. Thank you for having a nice chill vibe. Thank you for noticing. I try my best. Even if all I'm doing is just working. Maybe my ramblings can keep you company. I want failure to... Yeah, that's fine. I didn't reach to me. Okay, 5 or less. For each other. Thinking no one's skies, feeling super shy. There's no Donna Glover. Oh, there's no period. Beautiful skin, my radiant beam in the night. I like to see you. Oop. Now I've just realized that this in here has a space. It shouldn't. Oh, this one has a period. As someone who works 3 jobs, have no complaints with someone chilling doing their work. Wow, 3 jobs? Yo, mad respect. Mad respect. Oh, fast on through the summer. I want more! Want more! Oh. The love of my life. Different kinds of concoctions. Well, feel free to tell us about your workday, by the way. I love hearing about people's day. Okay, this would be its own section, I think. Chocolate of the skin, my radiant beam in the night. Yeah. And then this one, and then this goes here. And then this one. I go to text. Okay. D. Initials. I think I'm gonna go blind. Can I make this dark mode? I think I'm gonna go blind if I don't. Okay, I think I gotta get a dark mode thing. Ugh. Oh, there's it is. I do have a dark mode reader. Why is it not pinned? Oh, 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 I can see. I can see. These sons of bitches. Oops. Vials, oils, elixirs, potions. Obfuscation. Obfuscation. Pretty sure it's obfuscation. Kinds of concoctions. Oh, turning back. Say goodbye. Cause your world on fire. It's mine. Our friends like on fire. We're moi. We'll go back up here. This one, this one, this one. And that off. And then in case it's too much, alchemy crafting. Alchemy crafting continued. Alchemy crafting continued. No way. If it's a perfect day, goodbye. On fire. It's also wrong. The rest of these are fine. Like roller coasters. And then the summary. And this one. Is this the same? Choose materials for conduction. Station. What you searching for redemption? Players agree. Curve 6. Italicize. If it fails. If I wanna be your master. If successful potion. And then this one. And then I delete the last one. Well, this one is quite a bit shorter, I feel like, than the crafting one, so it could fit on the previous page. Devil, he's searching for redemption. Oops. Meh. Also, you. This one. And then I do the want more. Because of course, there's always more. More. Oh, okay. Yeah, goodness. Supplies. Actually, yes. And then this one. Thank you for the head pats. Or I could change the way that you see yourself. I don't want to do this anymore. Oh, I gotta check something. Screen. Oh, this is the one I did. Okay, yeah, not yet. Okay. They were right there. But I guess today was a year ago. I don't wanna let anybody know. Everybody wants something from me now. Dream. Modifier name. Modifier name. Oh my god. It's two. Is the next one also like this? Okay. 3, 4, 5. How many? 9, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9. 9. If they knew what they said was close, what would they say instead? Improve. Bringers. Masters. Legendary. Is this DJ and AI? Yes. Yeah. Please don't be mad at me. I just have so many songs and I just want to play whatever. I don't have a preference. I'm sorry. I can't pick the music, so I just let it pick for us. Hope that's okay. I don't know how to turn off the voice. If I could, I would. I mean, like the voice. Yeah, probably. That'd be fun of it. Because I figure it would be hard to personalize it for every Spotify user. Yeah, it'd be nice, though. It'd be nice if we could have that. What's this? It'd be fun if you could change it to like a different TTS voice, like anything like a TTS could do. That'd be fun. I think these should be. I do it on the last one. Centered left. Makes sense to me. Okay, and then want more is now done. There is a little section right here. Duplicate. Bottom. Okay. Shrink it. Nope, shrink it. Shrinky dinky. Duplicate. LA. I'm coming around. And then okay. I think this is like this. Roll again. Oops. Good time. And then we do this one. My cat's trying to fit in a box that she is way too big for. Okay. These. When you have access. Nope. This one. What? Oh, what? I have two of them? Oh. Oh. Oh, I deleted the wrong ones. Okay. I don't wanna get undressed for a new person all over again. Volatile. Applicable. With another. You and you're looking at me. Your eyes telling me. All right. I don't wanna get undressed. New person all over again. 9. 10. I'll just copy this and then rewrite 10. I don't wanna live. Only I again. This is effect. I don't think it'll be this long. But wanna get dressed. Period. 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 Oops. Oops. No. Yeah, it's not gonna be that long. Poo dingy. Fine. Roll. This is roll. Roll. I think it does equal them out when I do that. Interesting. I didn't realize that. Only can't be that easy, babe. Alright, last one. And we can be done. Ooh! Pretty sure my head would explode if I have to look at any more letters. Please fit. Please. I don't know if this is gonna fit, actually. Find out. I gotta fit. Woo! Save. I think we did it. Apply pages to odd. Okay. Apply pages to even. Okay. Oh fuck! There's another thing I have to do. Ah! Save me, chat. I don't want to do stuff anymore. Export. Export. PDF versions. Save. How dare they give you more work to do? I agree. How long have I been working on this? 54? What do you mean I've been working on this for 2 hours? Okay. I just need to make the Venn diagram and then I'm done. One hour. 3 hours. I don't want that to be highlighted anymore. Okay, the only thing I have left to do is the landmarks thing. Yes. No, I remember. Also, y'all need a period stuff. Period all your stuff.
Like sentences or
like this stuff.
Oh.
I've had a period all of it.
You changed it to
Yep.
single.
Yep, I changed it to single because then you have more room for imagery. Otherwise, it's gonna be hard to fit imagery.
How many pages?
9.
Did you see the at least the one images?
This one? Yeah. That was the alchemy. Let's do it here. There you go.
Could I see the first page of the alchemy? Do you think you can put it on this page instead?
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah. I think I didn't know about this until now. I think this one, and then there's one for the item crafting that are intended to be like title moving or like a nice image on the opening page sort of situation.
Why does this one have 2? Oh, there it is. I'm fine. This can go over here. I say as it doesn't really fit there though. Oh yeah, this should definitely be on the other side because if this is an even page. Maybe the song request. Into the woods and the sharp sting. Broken time. Using my eyes, resting. When I died, what could be the worst thing? Was my savior, you're trying to make me through. Do it 2K. Let's not be blind. Crap. It really matters. My tongue. Where is it? Where is the Venn diagram? Okay. Locations. Save him. Actually, I should do this in here. Don't do this mistake. I gotta try. Eyes are bursting if I left them. There's no savior who will be too. Okay, so the chain. Why did it? The day that best memory. Advanced streams. Abandoned village. Already never lose a finger. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh my god. Burnt terrain. Festival grounds. Dry riverbed. Ocean Island. All carved in mountain. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, let's just do that. Unique, hot, top, thing of pizza. Waterfall. Fishing village. Gorge. Flooded forest. Where's the chart text? These are chart headings though. Look at that. I will liar. Okay. Maybe center them. Actually, no, they should be left. Okay, and then north, south, south, north, west, south, east. It's just normal text. This should be centered. That is left. That is left. I feel like I'm about to go. This song makes me feel like I'm about to go on like a psychedelic trip.
You put the weed in the coconut and light that
And
shit
light
up.
that shit
You
up.
put the weed,
The weed
in the coconut, and you light that shit up.
Okay, I think this has to go here. This is sweet. Let's go for lunch. Okay. I'm hanging out of trash. Like 47, yeah. Hi, werewolf. How are you? You were the check-in. Where? Oh my god. 7. I could do these to multiple. I don't know why I'm doing it one time. The north can see all of them, I think. Except for... Oh. Plus... Oh no, it isn't. Okay, so the only ones are waterfall, fishing bridge... Waterfall... flooded forest, so it can't see these ones. And then west can see abandoned village, burnt terrain, festival grounds, dry riverbed, Ocean Island? Nope. Hogarth? Nope. Unique? Yes. It is the only one that can see that. Okay, and then that one's the only one that can see the flooded forest. Sad baby, no attachment. Deep in the passenger seat, leave me alone. Yeah. Thank you for the lurk vexed. Enshrined diagram. Okay. Okay. All right. We are done for today. No more work. No more stream. Only go eat time. Go eat dinner and go eat time. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. We're gonna go raid somebody. Who are we gonna go raid? You guys want art or Marvel Rivals? You want art or Marvel Rivals? Oh shit, Nilbog's live. Oh shit, Herowick's live. Oh shit, Nick Joe's live. Shit. I don't know who to raid. Tell your friends. Let's go raid Herowick. I feel like we haven't seen Herowick in a while. Alright. You guys are gonna go have fun with Herowick. I love you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow with more shenanigans, and I hope you enjoy. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from, but you don't have to. But I love you guys a lot, and I hope you have fun over there. Good night, my loves! See you guys tomorrow!